7 council members are present, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the item on this agenda. Item 1, presentation and discussion regarding drainage criteria manual. So at this time, we'll hear from Dave Godigan, our Public Works Director. Dave, the floor is yours.
All right.
So,
okay. Are we set? Yep, it's working. Okay, Dave Godigan, Director of Public Works, City Engineer. Tonight, what I wanted to present and discuss is the draft version of our proposed drainage criteria manual. This is a project that we've been working on for probably over a year with our engineering consultant, FHU, Felsberg, Holt, and Ullevig out of Lincoln. They're also the engineer for the Nebraska H2O group. So the manual that you see here is pretty much the same draft that every city in Nebraska that falls into that phase 2 category or a member of the H2O committee has considered and adopted in some form or fashion. Not everyone has adopted one yet, but it's the document that will be presented to every city. Oh, there we go. I'm too tall for it. Okay, so this is just kind of the title or lead-in sheet, what you have here. So a little bit of background. In 1977, Congress enacted the Clean Water Act, which kind of set all of this into motion. 1999, Fremont fell under the auspices of the EPA Clean Water Act as a phase 2 city. 2006, Fremont was issued our MS4 permit by the Nebraska Department of Environmental Quality, which now is renamed to the Nebraska Department of Environment and Energy. 2007, Fremont joined with the other cities in Nebraska that fall into the phase 2 category, and it's named the Nebraska H2O group. 2010, the City Council enacted Ordinance 5163 and 5186. Those 2 ordinances were for illicit discharge and for post-construction runoff. 2016, the City Council approved Ordinance 5381, which is a subdivision drainage ordinance. 2017, the City Council adopted the Stormwater Management Plan, which was submitted to the NDEE. And 2020, we were selected for an audit by the EPA. And in 2021, with a question mark, adopt or review the drainage criteria manual. So that's kind of how we got to where we are today. We have this stormwater program that's been put upon us by the EPA and the NDEE to comply with state and federal law. Okay, so what is a general MS4 permit from the NDEE? It's a permit that allows Fremont to discharge water from our MS4. MS4 stands for Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, which is basically our storm sewer system for the city. It allows us to discharge that water into the waters of the state and the US. In turn, municipalities have to put requirements onto individuals or businesses or sites that drain into our stormwater system so that everyone is complying with the requirements of the state and federal government. The phase 2 communities, a definition of a phase 2 community is any community over 10,000, less than 100,000, same way all across the United States. It's the same requirement for every state. Phase 1 community is a community with, I guess I had that backwards, but a phase 1 community is anyone exceeding 100,000. In Nebraska, that's Lincoln and Omaha in their metro areas. The phase 2 committees, I'm not going to read them all off, but it's Fremont, Kearney, Grand Island, North Platte, etc. And those are the communities that are members of the H2O group. So what is a stormwater management plan? It's a The Clean Water Act requires that municipalities phase 1 and 2 have a plan. And it defines with the NDEE how we will comply with all applicable regulations. The plan stipulates that we shall control stormwater runoff to the maximum extent practical. I highlighted that in red because we're all trying to figure out exactly what that means. That's a term that the EPA uses. It basically means you do as much as you possibly can. And we're not talking stormwater quantity here. We're talking quality, quality of the water. You do the maximum possible that you can to make sure that your water is as clean as possible. And that then it also includes your best management practices or BMPs to meet your minimum control measures, MCMs. There's a lot of definitions here, but I'm getting to those in the next slides. So what are your MCMs? Those are the things that the city has to do to meet our requirements. And these are basically the same for every city as well. MCM 1 and 2 is public education and outreach and involvement. We've participated in things like the Fremont Home Show. I've spoken to different service groups in the community. We've set up a booth at John C. Fremont Days. So that's our involvement with the public. We have some projects that we want to do with grade schoolers this summer, groups like Boy Scouts, et cetera, as well. With the pandemic, we've been very limited on what we can do in the last year, but we need to pick that program up again. MCM number 3 is illicit discharge. That was back in 2017 or 2010. I'm sorry, we spoke about the illicit discharge ordinance. MCM 4 is construction stormwater management. That was the other ordinance that we talked about, the post-construction ordinance. And then there's MCM 5, post-construction stormwater management. There's kind of a blending of terms there. That is something that we have not necessarily addressed yet at this point in time, but we're not really behind anybody because a lot of the communities are still trying to address that one as well. Item 6 is good housekeeping and pollution prevention. That includes things like how well the city takes care of our maintenance shops and how well we clean up around town after our own activities. Sweeping streets is probably the most predominant one that everybody is probably, we've all seen the street sweepers, but that is a good example of MCM number 6. So where's Fremont today? Fremont remains a member of the Nebraska H2O group. We do have an illicit discharge ordinance 5163. We do have a post-construction ordinance 5186. We have a subdivision drainage ordinance, which was kind of a blending of a few things that was enacted, I think, in 17. That's 5381. We do have a stormwater management plan that was approved by the city council and approved by the Nebraska Environment and Energy Department. And we were audited last year by the EPA. We have not gotten the results of that audit back yet. We hope to get those documents in the coming months. Where are we going? Again, with the question mark, adopt drainage criteria manual. We know we need to develop a more accurate map of our stormwater system. One of the things that the audit picked up on is we've got maps of our system, but they're not necessarily geographically tied, GPS located around the city. They're not in a GIS system. So we're building them into a better map system. They're paper maps at this point in time. They're on CAD, but basically they're paper maps. Continue with our annual reporting. Every year we have to submit an annual report to the state, where we're at, what we've done that particular year, and how close we are to reaching our goals. Ongoing program administration are things like inspections of active construction sites. Another thing we have to do is inspect our storm sewer outlets. We have, I think, 300 and some storm sewer outlet pipes around town. We inspect, I believe it's a fourth of those every year. We have a checklist that we go down to make sure that there isn't evidence of pollution, evidence of erosion, et cetera. So we get down in the ditches and we inspect those annually. Monitoring, it's just monitoring our program, monitoring where we're at with everything within our program. Testing is, which would be sample testing of runoff, sample testing of soils at discharge points, et cetera. Annual reporting, again, we talked about, I guess I have that on there twice. and establish procedures for MCMs. Another thing the EPA picked up on is we have these programs, but we don't have a written down procedure that we use. We don't have a written down enforcement protocol that we use, even though we've never had to take anyone to court because we've always gotten voluntary compliance. They were very adamant that we have some type of procedure for how we would levy fines and that type of thing. So we are working on those right now. Basically, it's a lot documentation of everything. Just saying it's happening isn't enough. We have to show that it's happening. Okay, so what is a drainage criteria manual? It's I took this right out of the manual, a technical manual to establish guidelines, standards, and methods of effective planning, design by use of consistent technical guidelines based on federal, state, nearby municipal regulations, and good engineering practice. Another item I put in red because that's a pretty open phrase, but you'll hear it a lot as we move forward with this program. The manual was prepared by our consulting engineer, Felsberg, Holt, and Ulevig, FHU. They have hydrologists on staff that develop these manuals, but we didn't reinvent the wheel here. We went to City of Omaha, we went to City of Lincoln, we went to federal guidelines, et cetera. I mean, there are very established methods of hydrology that are used. So we incorporated those into our manual. And it's methodologies that any engineering company that comes here to do work will be very familiar with. What a drainage manual is not a Bible of hard and fast rules. Every site we come on is going to be different and has to be considered different. So if there's something that needs to be an exception from the manual, if it's, again, good engineering practice, that is the route that would be suggested to take. It's not a flood control manual or a floodplain manual. Flooding and stormwater going hand in hand, but this is not designed for a 40,000 foot analysis of the city. This is designed for more site-specific type drainage issues, construction sites, subdivisions, that type of thing. It's not a landscape manual. And last one, it is not a solution to all our drainage challenges that we have within town. Because some of the things that are developed already are very difficult to incorporate into a manual and make work without digging everything up and starting over from scratch. So you do things upstream that protect the things downstream in some cases. Because like the next item, acts of God in nature, like those we had in 2016 and 19, there's no way to plan for that. There's no way to design for that. We flooded in rural areas. We're going to flood in urban areas when you have those. I mean, you try to do the best you can, but this manual doesn't fix that. The manual cannot raise properties that are low-lying, cannot move properties that are backed up right onto our drainage ways. And it cannot increase the capacity of the existing system that's already out there. The manual can't do that. What is in the drainage criteria manual? It defines what are minor and major drainage systems. It establishes detention and retention requirements, protects and preserves our flood corridors. It requires NPDES construction site permits, defines post-construction storm sewer requirements, stipulates drainage easements, establishes submittals and software requirements. So when an engineer comes, it lays out what they have to provide and what, if they use a software package, what methodology that package has to use. I don't want to learn 15 different stormwater methodologies. We basically keep it down to 2. And these are the 2 that are the most commonly used, and anyone that comes to town will know them. How do you define runoff? Here's where we maybe get a little more into the weeds. You have water quantity, that's the volume of water. And you have water quality, that's the cleanliness of the water. This manual addresses both of these. Our MS4 permit and everything we've talked to up at this point more deals with the water quality, cleanliness of the water. That's what the EPA is after. That's what the NDEE is after. But the 2 really merge a lot in that it's all water going down the storm sewer system. So they both go hand in hand. The manual addresses both. When addressing water quality, what types of conditions do you look at? Essentially, you got non-developed. In this case, most of our non-developed is rural, farm fields, etc. And developed, that's an urban area. That could be a commercial site, it could be an industrial site, or it could be a residential site. Water quality, how is it affected? There's an increased potential as you go from urban or from rural to urban. There's an increased potential for pollution, and there's an increased potential for erosion. The manual deals with that as well. Water quantity, there's an increased runoff volume, which is total gallons. And then there's an increased runoff rate, which is gallons per minute. It's important to remember those two terms. And there's an increased potential for flooding. So just a couple photos, undeveloped and what I call low impact usages. That undeveloped upper photo is a farm field. That's what you have in Nebraska, mostly. And then the lower right is a park. As we develop lands, we've developed them into parks. It's not necessarily urban or rural, but it's a low impact usage that slows the rate of the water runoff, and it also acts as a buffer area that improves the water quality or absorbs it, I guess you could say. And then developed land, I mean land that's been developed. In this case, it's a kind of a business or commercial district, but it would also include residential neighborhoods as well, would be developed land. So this is what you'd be used to seeing as pre-developed or pre-construction. It's just an open field. The water does what it does, and in most cases, it's in natural condition or near natural condition as to the way the land was formed hundreds of years ago. Post-construction, everything's in place. The lots have been developed, and you see streets out there. You have silt fence out there to protect for erosion, and then protection around your inlets to keep the erosion that gets past the silt fence from entering the storm sewer system and going downstream. So what challenges does Fremont have? We're flat. We're very flat. It's tough to get water to drain quickly. Our storm sewer is typically undersized and very shallow. That's not necessarily human oversight. That's just the terrain and topography that we were given. We have to hit the Elkhorn and Platte River. They're at an elevation, and our sites are at another elevation, and there's not a lot of difference. So it's difficult to build this bigger system when you don't have enough cover to cover those pipes, let's say. And we also have a very shallow water table. That's probably more for detention cells. Once you dig down, you hit the water table. That's as much as detention capacity as you're going to have. We have limited open space within town. And our open channel system has very little buffer space in a lot of areas where we have backyards that go right up to the top of the bank along each sides of these channels. Makes it difficult for having any kind of buffer space for filtering of runoff before it reaches the ditch. And then also, if we ever want to widen that channel, we're out of room. And for channel maintenance, we almost have to do a lot of it by hand because you can't get equipment down in those channels. It's muddy, it's steep, and there's no area alongside. A lot of times we have to get permission from people to go through their yards in cases if we need to get a piece of equipment back there. So what is in the manual? Here's the actual intro then to the manual that we're talking about. I believe Tyler has posted the manual online. It's pretty intense lesson in hydraulics. It's probably a college level course if you prefer to go through it all and learn it. But that's certainly not expected of you. That's expected of me. You know, I'm to make sure that anyone that develops in town develops to the stipulations of the manual. There's different elements in the manual. I'm not going to read off of these all right now because I'm going to go through them somewhat individually in the coming pages, but there's 9 chapters, and then there's an appendice of figures and tables in the back, which I just received those today, so they're not in the copy that you have that Tyler has posted. So one, the introduction, it's fairly, since the manual is pretty high level technical document, the intro is a very good brief description of the manual. It's 6 pages long. if you really want to get a good overview of what's in the manual, read those 6 pages, and it explains a lot of it in non-engineering terms, I guess you would say. Chapter 2 is the hydrology. That's the study of movement of water. That's just basically as water runs off a field, how does it behave? How much runs off? How much is soaked in, etc. That gives the parameters that the city would like to use in the future. Chapter 3 is pavement, drainage, and storm sewer system. That is what we're calling the minor stormwater system in town. That's, curb line in the pavement and the piping that's underground. Open channel flow would be like the 5th Street ditch, Rawhide Creek, an open channel, essentially. They're calling that the major stormwater system. Chapter 5 is a design of culverts, which, culverts under driveways, etc. So the stormwater cycle, as you can see, I'll try to do this without blinding Brian. There. So when we talk about hydrology, we're talking about this water here, the water that's running off the private property prior to it reaching the street. Then it gets into the minor stormwater system where it's running down the curb line, goes into the inlet, goes through the piping system, and then reaches a drainage channel. So this piece here is what they're calling the minor system. This is what they're calling the major system. More elements of the manual: energy dissipation, that's like erosion control or riprap that you put at the end of a pipe. Storage facilities, detention and retention cells. Now this gets into, that's stormwater quality and stormwater quantity, because anytime you slow the water down in a detention cell, you're settling out some of the solids and you're collecting some of the pollutants that might come off of a site. So that kind of covers both areas. Retention and detention, we've all seen them, they're ponds essentially. And in this case, that's detention because there's a discharge pipe here that drains it out into the waterway. If it was retention, that would not be there. So the water runs in there and then it either soaks away or evaporates. And this is another way of doing detention where you have a small site, let's say a quick shop. They don't have enough room on site for detention. So they do these big underground tanks, you could call them, that hold that heavy flush of water and then releases it at a slower rate into the downstream. So more elements of the manual: erosion and sediment control. That's probably the longest chapter, but that one deals with what you see on a construction site, what I was just talking about with the silt fencing, the wattles that you put in front of the inlets. Basically, that's everything we do on a construction site to keep that water out of the stormwater system during the construction process until the site can be revegetated and grown over with grass. Post-construction, there again, that's the one we talked about. That's not necessarily addressed at this point in Fremont, but is something that we have to move forward to, and that's control of pollutants from impervious surfaces after construction. So you'd have a parking lot, let's say, and then the first flush of water that comes off that parking lot is collected in a pond and drained out slowly, but all the paper cups and that kind of stuff stays within that pond and doesn't get into the downstream system. So here's a typical construction site. You would have things like silt fencing around the edges. You protect your piles of soil, let's say, around the site. You protect your equipment, your concrete washout, protecting of your materials. Everything you're doing on a construction site. This is kind of a typical drawing that I like that shows what you're doing to keep anything that's on that site from getting outside of that site. And then any pollutants that arise, you would haul away. This is what we talked about, the post-construction. This is a site that's all completely done. They did a really nice job here of building like a little rain garden, that all the water that runs off of that parking lot runs into that rain garden, and you collect as many of those first flush pollutants as possible within this area. An example of a rain garden in Fremont would be in front of the hospital on kind of the corner of Clarkson and 23rd Street. There's one in there. It's just a depression. Unless you know what you're looking at, they're very unnoticed. They look good, but it collects that little bit of little bit of pollutant. It does a little bit of detention, so it holds a little bit of the water back, but mostly those are there for cleanliness of the water. And the last item is what we talked about, the figures and tables. Like I said, I just received those today. Those are just kind of facts and figures and details that support the document values for different factors that you would use in your calculations. So what are the major changes as an effect of this manual? Probably the meat of the item, or the whole meat of the manual. Gives more definitive and less subjective procedures as we move forward. It specifies which methodologies you use, specifies which rain events, which basically is the intensity of water that's coming down in the rain, specifies what the permeability rates are for different particular conditions. It gives you specific design values to use, formulas, etc., and which methodologies, I guess we had already talked about. Detention and retention systems will be required on this one. This has not been a requirement in the city before. That's moving forward, it would be. An example of a site like that would be Walmart. Walmart has, I call it the moat, but it's just a big ditch that goes around the building. That's a detention cell. It's also a water quality cell too, because it collects trash and stuff that comes off the parking lot so that it can be later picked up. So it's not going into our system as it would just direct runoff. Preservation of flood corridors, that's setbacks from channels, etc. There again, like I spoke before, on the Rawhide Creek, you have a lot of backyard fences that are right on top of the edge of the ditch. This would require that they be set back away so that you create a buffer yard, but we also get maintenance equipment in there. Post-construction stormwater systems in place, that would be moving forward with that item that I said we don't have at this time, but moving forward with that. And then minimum drainage easements. We don't necessarily specify how wide an easement should be for storm sewer systems. This would put that requirement in there. So here are some of the things that we see, and we've all seen this, existing problems that we have. I mean, backyards that have water in them after the storms, parking lots that hold water until the storm passes and everything has a chance to drain down. We see track out a lot, construction sites, they track mud out on the street. It happens. I mean, we all know it's going to happen. It's just a matter of having it cleaned up at the end of the day so that it doesn't track farther down the street or get just packed down onto the pavement, and then it's impossible to remove it later. And then it just has to sort of wash away eventually. An example of a silt fence that failed. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're in violation of anything. It means that they're going to get a call or a letter from the city that, hey, you need to get out there and you need to get your silt fence back up. As long as they get their silt fence back up, they've complied. It happens. It rains, it knocks them over. That's a good example over there. It's set back a little bit from the actual construction activity, and there's a little bit of buffer of grass in between the area that they're working and where the silt fence is. If you can do that, that's great. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you're limited by property lines, etc. So what are the next steps? What are we going to do with this manual? Obviously, tonight's step is it's being presented to the city council. So I'm saying there would be a peer review at this point, you know, send it out to the design community, the engineers that work in the community. Get it in the hands of the developers. It's only fair that they have a shot at it too. The public, I mean, the public needs to have weigh in on it, in interdepartmental, other departments within the city, other utilities, et cetera, that might be doing business here. And I didn't put on there, but I should put on there the planning commission and city council as well. We're doing part of that tonight, but I probably need to do the same thing, get it in the hands of the planning commissioners as well. And then at the next point, there would be an ongoing review and analysis by the staff. It basically means using the manual. I've been using this manual probably for 5 months now. As we review sites, I look at the manual and say, well, how are our numbers comparing to numbers that developers are submitting in? Take public comments. That could be anywhere from the city council, the planning commission, to engineers, architects, all the people that have reviewed it. We want their comments. And once everything has been put into a final document, And then I should include the planning commission there as well, return it to the planning commission and city council for sign off and final adoption. And at that point, that's the end of my presentation, and I would open it to questions. And I have extra copies of the PowerPoint for anyone in the audience that might want one. And I'll leave those. I'll leave them on that chair over there so anyone can grab one.
Yeah, Councilman Legman.
What timeline are you looking at for this? To having this final draft? 1 year, 2 years? What's your goal?
I would like to have it approved within a year. It depends on, I guess, as we go through it, there are some values in there that I'm a little uncomfortable with at this point. Even I've talked to our consultant about it, but I want to get more of a comfort factor. But I'd like to get, if we hadn't had a pandemic, we probably would have been meeting with focus groups sooner than this. But I want to get with the designers, especially because they're the ones doing this every day. But I also want to get with the developers to make sure that we're all on the same page with the documents that we're moving forward. And, also I want this group and the planning commission to be on board with it as well. So I would say within a year, but if it takes longer than that, we want a good document that we can work with.
Councilwoman Ganem.
Just a question. I know you presented at our training and certainly we talked about the stormwater needing, that we need a evaluation for the city on drainage and everything. So this will be part of this study too?
Well, it's the analysis for the whole city probably is beyond what you see in this manual. This manual is designed for sites, a couple 100 acres, a subdivision, let's say, or a Costco site. It's not really designed or written to design the south end of Fremont for a stormwater system. That's a pretty high level hydrology study. And frankly, it's above my head too. That's not what I do. I'm not a hydrologist, but I'm very well capable of doing small sites.
I know, and I guess I understood you to say that we probably need a study by a hydrologist. It wouldn't be by you.
Yes.
That at some point, we do need to have a study for a comprehensive study for Fremont.
And I might throw that over to
Yeah.
Brian because we spoke about it yesterday, that there are, some of that's already in play to be done.
So there's two efforts ongoing by the Joint Water Management Advisory Board. There's grant. So there's a grant that we got awarded for what's called the Elkhorn Drainage Ditch Study. That would be the east side of Fremont and all the drainage ditches that are in Elkhorn Township. We got that grant. It's 600,000. At the next meeting, I will be bringing back a interlocal agreement. We have a share, so we're splitting, as with any grant, there's a 20% match. And so we have $200,000 that will be split between the county, our normal split, county, NRD, and the city. And so we'll be bringing that back. That will be funding a study, kind of a master plan study of the east side of Fremont and Elkhorn Township. How do we get the water out of Fremont? Because as we know, the water that falls inside the boundaries, plus the water that comes in from the rawhide, has a hard time getting out. Those ditches are not maintained. Those ditches have weeds and brush and they just don't drain. There was an old drainage district way back in the early 1800s that managed those. They lost their funding. They turned them over to the county and the county has not maintained them. Those ditches are all private property. So it makes it extremely difficult to maintain them. There's also a grant that we're applying for that looks on the west side of Fremont, and it would be a similar type study. Now, remember, these are just studies. These are not projects. These are simply studies so we can have the engineering done to figure out what is it that we need to do. If we're lucky enough to get the west side, which we believe we will, that would take a look at the Rawhide Creek. In particular, what can we do to stop the Rawhide Creek from getting into Fremont? Okay, and so if we can get these two studies, now we've covered water coming in and water going out. All we've got left then is to budget probably $500,000 or more to do a stormwater management plan for the city. And then that is like Dave saying, that would be hiring hydrologist to take a look at what happens when the rain falls in the city. How does it, what happens to it? Is our stormwater management plan adequate? Or is our stormwater system adequate? How does it fit with this manual? So if we take this manual has got the guidelines, and we incorporate these and we do all projects, will it then manage the stormwater that falls in Fremont? And so there are things in the works. It's just going to take a while.
Okay, well, I just thought I think that's an important investment for Fremont overall. So thank you for
Yeah. and
updating us. and
We
giving
looked
us
at a
that
master
information.
plan a couple of years ago and this year and this budget period, and we just simply didn't have the money to do it. So, it's something we're going to have to get done. It's a big ticket item. It's probably $500,000.
And one of what I briefly spoke on, and one of the things that we are doing in-house is we have a GPS surveying equipment, global positioning satellite surveying equipment where you can just go out, you set it, it reads, it reads the location and the elevation off of the satellite data. And we put that into our map in a small way. Once we have everything surveyed out, knowing what the sizes of our pipes are and what the slopes are, we can maybe start looking at, oh, well, we got a pinch point here. So maybe there is a 2-block section. We need to upsize the pipe and solve some of our problems in kind of a small scale. So a little bit of that we can do in-house, but the majority of that probably, as like Brian says, a consultant.
Councilman Yerger.
Yes, Dave, thanks for the information. It's interesting. Like to ask, in the list of permit holders up in the front, I see Douglas County's listed, but I don't see Dodge County listed. Is there a reason that Dodge County is not a participant?
The permit holders or?
Well, I'm just looking at the list. You said you didn't cover them all, and as I look down.
Oh, the
list-
communities. Well, those are the communities in Nebraska that fall into the phase 2 requirement. Douglas County falls into that because they're a metropolitan county. They used to be, and there's 2 different groups. This is the second group I've been involved in a former city. We formed the Papio, Missouri Watershed Management District. Basically, it was all the metro communities in Omaha itself, the metro communities, Bellevue, Papillion, La Vista, et cetera, Washington County, and Douglas County. And Douglas County, I'm not sure if they're still a member of that, but they've chosen to become a member of our group as well. But Dodge County is not considered a phase 2 entity.
So they don't meet the criteria. That's why
Correct.
they're not there. It's not that they didn't want to participate. They don't meet the criteria.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. One of the other things that I saw in here as we went through was had some discussion about open space within the town. And in some of the community meetings that we've had on comp plan and UDC, the public has made mention of we don't have enough open space. They're looking at it from a recreational perspective. I'm pretty sure you're looking at open space for providing the requirements for additional buffer and water containment and control. So I'm wondering, is this study or this manual in any way being utilized by those that are analyzing the comp plan and the UDC requirements relative to open space as it would be used in both cases?
Not at this point in time. I mean, this is pretty much the initial presentation of this document. It should be in their hands soon, but it's not necessarily going to tell them yes or no, we should or shouldn't have 5 acres of open space in a subdivision. It's sure nice to have it from my standpoint because it offers that buffer, it keeps homes, let's say, farther away from drainage ways. It gives that buffer of grass in between homes, properties, whatever, for the water to filter prior to getting into our waterways. And then it also offers opportunities for some detention as well, if you incorporate them into a park, let's say.
I was just thinking that to the extent that you're modifying building requirement or building rules, et cetera, and open space requirements and the like, the kinds of things that might be required in this manual as a result of completion of this might dictate certain kinds of things in the building world where we would want that in UDC code as a part of, you have to do this,
Yeah.
and this is why it's part of our drainage manual requirement, et cetera. I'm just looking for linkages. There linkage there.
Well, I guess you could say there's probably two linkages. Detention cells. Detention cells can either be on private property or they can be on what I would call an outlot, let's say, then that ultimately could become an open space owned by the city. And then also buffer zones back from waterways can become, they're great places for, excuse me, trails and things like that. Linear parks, I guess they call them. So they do serve a dual purpose.
So I think my last question is, because this is a work in progress and you just commented to Councilman Ligband that maybe this will take another year to bring to full fruition. During the next year, even though this hasn't been brought to full fruition, will you be working towards the kinds of things that are obviously already being incorporated or inherent in, so that we're not like flash cutting a year from now? We're already migrating to that point based on what we know and see and desire to have in this manual?
I would certainly, well, that's one of the hands I want to get it into is Jennifer Dam's hands as the planning director. So that it can be incorporated into, or at least reviewed by the people that are doing our review of the UDC.
She said she already sent it to him, Dave.
Oh, did she? Okay, great.
Because it would seem that implementing some of these as you go, if you already know what some of these requirements are going to be, is simpler than a flash cut.
Yes, yes.
That was my question.
Right.
So thank you.
Councilman Gibson?
Ponds, are they the same size? Or are they designated, the retention ponds?
No, the detention pond is very site specific. So your development of your site will dictate okay, so you got runoff coming, real quick lesson in hydraulics here. You take runoff that's coming pre-development. Let's say it's 50 cubic feet per second, just for an easy number. Now you lay out your plans and with everything you're putting in there, now all of a sudden you got 80 cubic feet per second. So your detention cell has to be designed so that it can contain that water. Most storms last about a half an hour. So it has to contain that water for a specific period of time and release at no greater rate than that 50 cubic feet per second. Now there again, when you get heavier storms, that kind of goes out the window, but let's just say for an average storm. So you're releasing water at that rate. So your pond has to be signed big enough that you hold that extra. So it's coming off there at 70. So it's filling up. It's kind of like a bathtub. If you got the drain open, you turn that water on fast enough, it's going to start filling the tub, but it's still running out the bottom. So you design it so that your volume holds that amount. Then rainstorms over, that water drains out at the 50 cubic feet per second until the pond is dry. So
Okay.
everyone's a little different.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Dave, can you just speak to the EPA audit? This is a requirement from them?
No, well, it's not necessarily a requirement. We are required to have documentation for almost everything we do. So the hydrology part of it, the sizing of our storm sewers and all that, they don't care about that. They're only worried about the water quality coming off the site and control of erosion, that type of thing. So their biggest, we haven't gotten their final, I wouldn't say recommendations because we have to do them. Whatever they tell us to do, we have to do. But when you judge from the questions they asked in the initial letter that they sent us back, they speak about written requirements that we have. So half of this manual addresses construction site, silt fencing and that kind of thing. That falls right into the requirements of that. But basically they want everything documented. This manual documents it.
And I guess I'll just add to the fact, obviously 2019 with the floods that we had brought drainage and flooding and our levee system and everything to the forefront after we went through that. Fremont was an island for a few days. We all remember and went through that. And so since 2019, with the establishment of the Joint Water Management Board that was mentioned, the work they're doing, raising $1 million of grants, coming together, all different, municipalities, government organizations. And you look at, the studies that they're basically getting done, getting those grants in, and now this drainage criteria manual, and hopefully our stormwater master plan. I would say with all those things combined, Fremont, this is a top priority moving forward of Fremont and our community. And so, there's a lot of moving parts. These things don't happen overnight. We wish they would. A lot of studies to be done, but for me, it's good to see us as a community and as a group bringing a lot of these issues to the forefront and tackling them head on. And so, and I know being in a few of those joint water management meetings that we have a group of people that since the floods of 19 have really wanted to come together and turn this into a positive and an opportunity moving forward. And maybe if that's what comes out of that, I think that's a good thing in the end. So.
Yeah. And I appreciate you saying that. And I really have to commend my staff. We were very nervous when we got the initial audit letter. And frankly, the state was too. They're responsible for all the communities in the city. And frankly, everyone was surprised by how many pages of documents that we gave them, the different things that we're doing, the different documentations that we have in place. A lot of it just kind of goes on behind the scenes and we do our thing. But when you start putting it all together, we probably sent them 500 pages of documents supporting what we're doing. And frankly, the state said that we did a better job than other communities that are getting audited at the same time. And some of that's a benefit because we know what they've asked those communities, so we were able to prepare for that as well. But I really have to give my staff credit, and I have to give Brian credit for supporting us and everyone else, the other departments that worked with us on these things. So it's a very much of a team effort.
Dave, what do you think the biggest sticking points will be once we go out and kind of hit the streets with this? What are the most radical changes that are going to be hard to swallow in Fremont?
The detention.
Detention cells.
Detention takes square footage. Square footage costs money. Detention, I would say, because a lot of that are things we're already doing. We're doing a lot of these things like the stormwater sites. We're doing that already. I mean, everything that's in this manual is already being done. But the detention is not being done. And that's probably one of the more frequent things we hear about is, a site going in and the neighbors concerned about the water coming off of that site.
Any other questions for Dave? Seeing none, thank you, Dave, very much. I would take a motion to adjourn the special city council meeting. Councilman Gibson. Councilman Legban.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We are adjourned. We'll restart at 7 o'clock with the regular city council meeting.
And again, I left copies of the PowerPoint over there for you.
Oh, the COVID-19. Right.
the treasury stipulations are very specific. I know, I would, that would make sense.
I do too.
I heard they last a long time. So I can have that.
No, now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I listened,
Some great ads. If I wasn't.
I don't want to be with you. I just don't like being that close to the front. Yeah, like. Well, yeah.
It's kind of like church.
Thank you. They're all domestic, so they're all. Jerry, how are you? So that our book, you know. Yeah.
It's good. Interesting.
I would like to see these big metropolitan their stormwater systems have to be created.
Well, round two, the next meeting, one done.
Get it taken care of. Oh, yeah, collector or local. Yeah. Go with your heart. No decisions wrong. Just go with your heart.
All right, if city council want to take their seats, please, we'll go ahead and get started. You're missing
No, yes, it's gonna.
All right, before we begin, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Time is now 7 p.m. We will call the City Council meeting to order. Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call.
Please cast your vote for roll call. 7 council members are present, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Next item is mayor's comments. I just have a few brief items. On Saturday, Fremont had its first annual Fremont Hispanic Festival. I want to thank the Greater Fremont Development Council, along with dozens of area businesses and organizations, hosted a day of activities, entertainment, cultural experiences for the entire family. No, we were there. My family enjoyed it tremendously. There was a parade, craft booths, and lots of things. Congratulations to all involved. Also want to mention the Fremont Area Big Give. Was put on by the Fremont Area Community Foundation. It was their 5th annual. They raised a record-setting amount of $404,974 for 79 local nonprofits through 2002 individual donations. And several of those organizations were city organizations, including the Friends of the Key Memorial Library, which raised $23,000. Friends of Fremont Area Parks, Keep Fremont Beautiful, Greater Fremont Development Council, Ridge Cemetery, Main Street. Big thank you to everyone in our community for the record setting amount of donations on the Fremont Area Big Give. We have a very giving community. That was great to see. This week is National Healthcare Week, and I delivered a proclamation on Monday to Fremont Methodist Health, thanking them for all their efforts during COVID-19 and during the pandemic. Wanted to mention vaccinations are still available for anyone 16 and older. Currently in Dodge County, 84% of those 65 and older have received at least 1 dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. I recently received my 2nd dose last week. So thank you to Fremont Methodist Health, our healthcare partners, for all your efforts as we defeat the virus and get things back to normal. So that concludes my comments. So moving on would be item 1, motion to adopt current agenda for the May 11th, 2021 regular meeting. Is there any changes to the agenda from council staff? If there's none, I'd take a motion to approve the agenda. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the motion to adopt current agenda for May 11th, 2021.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now moving on to public hearings. This would be for ordinance 5575 to approve an amendment to the Blue Stem Commons Plan Development. This would be to introduce and hold first reading.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is a request to amend the planned development to allow detached single-family units on the lots that also have duplex units on them. So you could have either a duplex unit or a detached single-family unit on those particular lots. It hadn't been listed that way in the planned development, so we need to amend that. It's pretty simple. And we had no comments at the Planning Commission. Recommendation to approve 9-0. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Gibson.
How many single family units are they planning?
I think it's going to be market-based, but it's lots 1 to 24 in block 4, lots 1 to 10, block 5, and 1 to 16, block 8. So that could be up to 52.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing for ordinance 5575. Are there any comments from the public?
Jake Hoppy, 301 South 57th Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I'm the developer. Just wanted to make myself available for questions if there are any from the council, and appreciate the consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Councilman Jensen?
Yeah, I noticed there isn't any request to move to final reading on this. I'm assuming this isn't under any kind of particular time restraint or anything. We're just moving it forward as normal.
Not a particular, in this case, not a particular time restraint, which I know is unusual for things I bring before you guys.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, Fremont. I just want to say thank you to Hoppies for their Blue Stem development. It's been a long time coming. They've, according to Jake tonight, they're no longer having to de-water for quite a while because obviously the water table is a bit low. It's good to see it come to fruition. It's much needed. It's more affordable style housing. And in regards to Mr. Jensen's comment, I don't think it would be wrong, or it would rather behoove you to pass this sooner than later because your agendas are going to start getting quite full due to the construction schedules coming up and some of the issues that are start to arise. However, that said, I appreciate that the concern about density has actually been lessened. Some of you had voiced concerns about density in the past on the development, and it looks like they're trying to work with and develop that land in a more progressive manner. So thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
Make a motion to approve ordinance 5575 first reading.
Councilwoman Ganem?
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now have first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit A of Ordinance 5528, specifically portions of the Blue Stem Commons Plan Development described as lots 1 through 24, Block 4, lots 1 through 10, Block 5, and lots 1 through 16, Block 8, and more generally located west of North Luther Road and 34th Boulevard, Dodge County, Nebraska, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on first reading.
Moving on in public hearings, item 3, resolution 2021-068 for a conditional use permit for a self-storage facility on property generally located at 333 West 23rd Street. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Jennifer Dam again. This is a request by Mark Boschalt for a conditional use permit for a self-storage facility. It will be contained inside an existing building, the Boschalt Engineering Building. There used to also be a hardware store, I believe, in that location. The only thing that will be added to the exterior of the building is under the existing overhang on the north side of the building. I think there's about 6 doors that will be added. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this on April 19th and recommended approval with a vote of 9-0. This meets all of the requirements of 11-504 and 11-316. Mr. Boschalt asked me to note that he's not able to be here tonight. He was on vacation, and on his way back, he's flying back in tonight. And he regretted that he's not here to be able to answer any questions that you might have. He had had that planned for some time, and it's the way the calendar fell. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
I noticed in your staff report when you were citing the findings relative to section 11-504-03, You didn't provide any findings with regards to items 6 through 8. Is that because they didn't apply, or you had findings on all the rest of the items 1 through 5 as to their applicability, but nothing on the others?
The storage is all within an enclosed building. It's inside an existing building, which is number 6. None of the buildings open into the required yard, so they meet that. It's existing concrete in that area, and there is no outdoor storage of vehicles.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you. Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. Any comments from the public? We'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilwoman Ganem?
I'm glad to see a vacant building being used again, coming back to life. And if there are no other comments, then I'd like to move that we approve resolution 2021-068 for the conditional use permit.
Councilman Coons? Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 4, resolution 2021-069 for a conditional use permit to expand a non-standard use to replace an existing garage on property generally located at 351 West 11th Street. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam again. This is a request in the older part of town to replace a shed and a garage building and a carport with a new garage building. The existing property is zoned AR, auto urban residential. Properties surrounding the property are also zoned AR with UR zoning further south. The lot is 6,600 square feet. An accessory building of up to 495 square feet would be allowed, which is what is proposed. The building is non-standard as to setbacks, and the proposed building would be also non-standard as to setbacks, and firewalls would be required at the time of the building permit. This meets the requirements for a conditional use permit. It won't have a negative impact on public services. And quite frankly, if you take a look at the proposed building, I think it's a tremendous improvement and something that fits very well in the neighborhood. The Planning Commission recommended approval 9-0, and staff recommends approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, thank you. We will now open the public hearing. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilman Jensen?
If there's no further comment, I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2021-069.
Councilman Coons?
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 5, resolution 2021-071 for a conditional use permit for an auto body shop on property generally located on Lot 2, Fremont Technology Park, 2nd edition. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening again. This is a request for an auto body shop in the Technology Park. It is on Lot 2, which fronts upon 29th Street. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on April 19th. They recommended approval with a vote of 9-0. The attached site plan shows a building with the appropriate front yard of 35 feet. The fence around the rear of the property will be a 6-foot opaque fence. A landscape plan has been submitted. It meets the requirements of the Business Park District. Section 11-504-03R specifies the requirements for major automotive repair services, and this meets all of those requirements. Staff recommends approval. I would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
Before we would entertain questions, would staff agree that an amendment to this resolution would be appropriate, whereas your staff report indicates there's a condition for approval related to 5 vehicles on premise? And going by that conditional use statement in your staff report, I don't find it in the resolution itself. And if you concur, I'd like to offer an amendment to the resolution immediately relative to having it add a whereas statement that this conditional use permit is granted with a provision that no more than 5 vehicles awaiting repair are stored for a period exceeding 6 days, which is right out of your staff report.
Yeah, I know that is one of the requirements from the UDC. I don't know if it needs to be a condition of approval. I'll defer to Travis on that. I would have no objection.
Yeah, I agree with Jennifer. It's, UDC can be enforced on it, but if you'd like to put it in the resolution for clarity, I have no problem.
Make a motion to amend the resolution as stated.
Before I go there, can we do that and then open the public hearing, or do I need to open the public hearing and then we can get to that?
We can amend it before we.
Okay,
do the
all
public
right.
hearing.
Is there a second to amend? Councilman Gibson,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Are there any other questions for Jennifer? Thank you, Jennifer. I'll now, Councilman Yerger.
Just a couple. I'm interested in knowing whether or not whether or not the city has applied to the state for the classification of 29th Street.
I don't know that the city needs to apply to the state for the classification of 29th Street. Based on the definitions in the UDC, it meets the requirement of a collector road.
Perhaps Mr. Godekin, the city engineer, could weigh in on whether or not the state is required to have notice of our classification process. It's my understanding that the state does weigh in on classification and publication of maps, and that they retain the authority over the classification ultimately. And so that's why I asked, has the city made applications since December when when these properties started being sold and 29th Street was being developed?
Yeah,
Have we used the last several months to make that request of the state?
I believe
And
that
the answer is we haven't.
I'll let Dave weigh in on that, but I believe that that's only a requirement for state-funded projects based on the underlying definitions in the UDC. And I know that Travis sent an email about that earlier. There are other definitions in state statute and city code. It meets the definitions of a collector street. With that, I think I see Dave.
I missed Dave Godekin, Director of Public Works. I guess I missed part of that discussion when I was walking down the stairs, but the initial question was, has the city applied for a designation? No, we have not.
Okay. Do you serve, it sticks in my mind that you may have indicated that you serve on one of the committees or the committee that oversees the classification of roads as it's discussed at the state level. Is that true?
No, I serve on the board of, what's it called? Board of Street Superintendent and County Highway Superintendents Examining Board.
Okay. Do you disagree with the statement that it's a requirement, a state requirement that cities contact state for local street designations?
We work in coordination with the Department of Transportation. The last time it was done by Justin Zetterman. He was the prior city engineer, and I don't know if he contacted them or if we contacted them or they contacted us. But we worked with the Department of Transportation. We laid the map out on the table. We looked at our different corridors. We looked at our city limits. We looked at what the existing at that time classifications were. And then we made, I guess, our initial recommendations with the concurrence of the state, and the state reviewed that. And then the map that they sent back was with their recommendations, and the
Right.
city council approved it. That's
The
kind
map,
of
the
the
map, the map
process.
is sent back and it includes the recommendations
Yes,
as,
and that was
as
in-
they've been finalized.
That was approved by the city council in 2016.
Right, and that's the last time we've applied.
That is the last time. So
Thank
we've
you.
annexed areas since then.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
Mayor, if I could just clarify, chapter 39, section 2105 puts the responsibility on the municipality for the design, construction, reconstruction, maintenance, and operation of all streets within the city. The state would be interesting, like Mr. Godikin mentioned, if it's connecting to a major state arterial highway, but in this instance, the city's responsible for the classification.
We'll now open the public hearing. Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. I do have some document I'd like to present.
Take a motion to receive. Councilman Yerger.
Motion to receive.
Is there a second? Councilman Gibson,
I'll second.
cast your votes to receive.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
I also have somewhat of a limited content for the public that's here if they're interested, and I will leave them on a chair. What you have in front of you is what our UDC has for explanation definition of what a local is as far as a street, a collector street, the arterial. It also has the ordinance 3939 definitions. And if you turn the page, it also has what the Nebraska state statutes have regarding definitions that came from the DOT. Then there's a map. And on that map, there's a very limited blue line in the middle of the page that shows you 29th Street. What it shows you is that it starts and stops with no streets feeding into it, with driveway cul-de-sac entities. And the very last page, in the page of the definition sheet, has to do with federal and what's a major collector and a minor collector. 29th Street will never be anything more than a very limited street. It won't even be a full street in this aspect. It starts and it stops. It doesn't continue on east and west. 32nd Street will likely be a collector at some point, connecting to 275 and tying into our bypassed area. But as far as 29th Street, it's dead ended. You've got the drives going into the private properties to the south and potentially feeding driveways, private drives going to the north, but you don't have streets feeding into it. It's not collecting streets. If you look at the definition, it's very straightforward. A street connecting neighborhoods within the same community designed to carry traffic from local to arterial streets. That's a definition in your ordinance 3939. Collector underneath UDC, a street that serves or is designated to serve as the connection from minor streets to the arterial street system, such as the main entrance of a residential development or a secondary connection between arterial streets, of which this is not. I don't have an issue with the development out on the tech park. I think it's good for the community. I'm not fond of the gift back of LB 840 funds, which have not been vetted by your Citizen Advisory Review Committee. And I'm not fond of a major automotive going in this business park, which is more of an industrial use. However, this has not been addressed. It hasn't been addressed at all by the planning commission. And in fact, one of the planning commissioners even stated, it's not our concern. We don't care what kind of street it is, which actually, according to the UDC, you should be concerned. A collector street is just that. What is Jaeger Street? It collects more than what this street ever will. It's not wide enough. It will have to be addressed when you have your cold storage going in. But as far as feeding into them, amount of volume that these business hopefully will push out there, it's not a collector street. And it doesn't meet the criteria or the definition of such. And it's in black and white. This isn't documentation that's been made up. It's actually straight out of the UDC, out of your ordinance 3939, Nebraska Department of Transportation verbiage, as well as the federal state guideline or federal guidelines.
Are there any other comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
Yes, I'd like to follow up on the discussion that I was having with council a moment ago with regards to what the United States Department of Transportation has to say in section 4.5.2 of the state DOT rules. And it says the final state decision maker for all functional classifications is the state. And if you go to 39.21.10 of Nebraska statute, which you didn't cite in your discussion prior to this meeting, the Department of Transportation, which is the state, after consultation with the appropriate authorities in each instance, shall assign classification of each segment of highway, road, street in this state. So it would appear that the Department of Transportation does have overall oversight and authority based on both federal guidance and state guidance. And the reason I think that's important is as you tie it into the discussion that was just had here with regards to the length of this street, the volume of traffic that's going to be on this street, the fact that this street is dead-ended on both sides. It ends at Clarkson Street. It dead ends on the east side because it cannot ever cross the detention area and go eastbound to collect Luther Street or any other major collector street. It just doesn't seem like it fits the appropriate definition. And I guess I would even ask staff, in the staff report, it indicates what minor, it connects minor streets to arterials. What arterials does this street going to collect to? There aren't any arterials that it runs into. It crosses a collector street, Jaeger, and Lincoln, I guess, and it will dead end in Clarkson. And it doesn't approach any arterials whatsoever. The picture for me is that's difficult in this regard is if I went from First Street all the way up to Highway 30, and I went from, say, Lincoln Street or Howard even further east and went all the way over to Bell Street, I have a whole myriad of streets running east and west that collect to an arterial. This one will not even do that. And those streets are local. All of them are local. So I'm struggling with the classification statement here that this is a collector street. I'm troubled by the fact we haven't asked the state for corroboration of this. They may corroborate it, I don't know, but if we haven't asked them to, it seems like it's premature for us to state factually that it is. And if we can't state factually it is, then it seems that we're premature in granting a conditional use permit, which by your analysis, Mr. Jaycott, indicates that a major auto body repair service requires a conditional use permit that does exit on a collector street. You've confirmed that as well. So unless we can confirm that this is a collector street, it seems like we should wait until we get state authority for classification or at least concurrence in our recommendation that it be a collector street and until they weigh in. So I would make a motion to continue this to the next meeting to give the city the opportunity to contact the state and get clarification and classification as required by state law.
Mayor, just to clarify, 392104 lays out functional classifications for municipal streets, but the very next section, 2105, gives the responsibility to the city to do the classification. The council has some discretion here. As it stated in the email, there's a reasonable interpretation. If the city wants to be more strict in their interpretation, we could certainly be so.
And it also has Dave. Dave, do you want to come up the mic and explain the certification process with the city that we go through to designate these and whose responsibility it is to set the designation?
Well, when I'll go back to when we met with the state looks at the locals. We laid the map on the table and they said, you're the ones that know where traffic drives. And one of the first things he said, I'm not concerned in the size of the streets. I want to know what the traffic patterns are. So, we laid it out. We looked at Clarkson Street. We looked at Highway or 23rd Street, et cetera, Johnson Road, those types of streets. Johnson Road wasn't there when they did the last classification. So they look at all of that and it's like, where does traffic go? Now you can look at Lincoln Road. Lincoln Road dead ended. Lincoln Road is going to extend, and it's going to extend eventually all the way to 32nd Street. So if they're looking for advice from me in the future, I would say certainly. Lincoln Road is a collector because it's going to connect then to 32nd Street, because Yeager Road is a troublesome street. You come down and you have to kind of drive through the parking lot of the mall to get over to the traffic light. I would prefer to see traffic move over to Lincoln Road, go north to 32nd Street or even to 29th Street when it's built. That'll be built in the summer, and jog over, get back on Yeager Road and proceed north or south, whichever way you're taking your route. So there's two ways of looking at it. Yes, you got the map that the state approves, the state authorizes. These are our functional classifications, but that's dealing a lot with monies for roadway improvements in the future. Now the city, I don't want to step out of line here or talk out of line here. I look at streets in the city. Is that a collector street for that neighborhood? There's a planning definition of what a collector is and what an arterial is. And then there's maybe a statutorial one that the state recognizes for the city. The state is looking at a transportation system. Every city has it. When we look at it from a planning standpoint, we look at it on how wide should streets be. Sunridge Edition, Sunridge Drive, north and south. We looked at that. That's a collector for that neighborhood. It's not on the map as a collector, and maybe never will be, but it's a collector that we look at, and that's how we size that street. So there's two ways of looking at it from an engineer. How do you get traffic up and down that street? Is it 28 foot wide enough? Or if it's going to be collecting all that traffic from the neighborhood, probably need to go wider. That's why I designed the streets in the tech park that are under contract right now. We went 36 feet wide, not necessarily so much for traffic and turning movements, but we know there's going to be semis and that type of thing in there. So we wanted extra width of the street to accommodate driving through there, but also knowing that Lincoln Road eventually is going to go somewhere where today it just dead ends at the creek.
So I know Jennifer has said it's a collector. Do you believe 29th Street is planned to be a collector?
I can make a case that 29th Street, because there's an awful lot of traffic, and that was one of the things he said. Where does the traffic drive? There's an awful lot of traffic drives down that street that from Clarkson to Yeager. Now, at this time, it doesn't go past Yeager. Now, when we developed the tech park and build 29th Street over to Lincoln, I think there's going to be a lot of traffic coming down there that just doesn't want to go through that. Because if you're ever there at noon and you come down on Yeager, forget about turning left. But if you go over to Lincoln, you'll have a traffic signal and you'll be able to go through a signalized intersection. So I believe there will be traffic going through there. There's a lot of traffic that avoids 23rd Street that goes down 29th Street. And eventually 32nd Street will fall into that same category as it becomes more utilized up there.
We need to address Councilman Yeager's motion to continue before we move on. Okay. Is there a second to continue? Councilman Legman?
Yeah, I don't think we were done discussing yet because I wasn't done.
It's a privilege motion.
Yeah.
It's a privilege motion, so. Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of second. Open discussion back up. Councilman Legband.
That red Kia has got the alarm going again, so I don't know who was last time they caught it.
Red Kia.
Yep. SUV.
Councilman Legband.
If legal feels comfortable saying it's arterial street, our professionals say they're comfortable that it's an arterial street. To me, I feel comfortable. Our professionals are saying it's an arterial street, then I believe staff. They're our professionals. They're the ones first in this, so I feel very comfortable. They're saying it's an arterial street, to me, it's an arterial.
Councilman Yerger.
I don't know if I get an opportunity to speak again, so.
Oh, it's the same item. So, yeah, good point. Councilwoman Ganem. Councilman Jensen.
If there is no further discussion, I'll the motion to approve resolution 2021-071.
Councilman Coons.
Second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention, Mayor.
Moving on to item 6, ordinance 5571, amending sections 11-502.04, 11-603.01, and 11-706.05 of the UDC related to lots for utility purposes. This would be to introduce and hold first reading of staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This request is coming about as a result of a request by Allo to build a switching station up north in the technology park. There are already 2 telecommunications stations there that were constructed prior to the UEC being adopted. Each of those are on its own very small lot that basically contains the unit and a pad for parking and maintenance. Those lots don't front upon or take access to a public street. And the request ultimately here is so that Allo can build a 3rd pad just north of those other 2. It's where the fiber comes into the city. An access easement would be granted by the city through the lot to this particular lot that they would like to construct their building on. However, as we started looking through the UDC, there were more issues than just whether or not a utility was appropriate to be built on a lot without frontage. If you look at the definitions of small, medium, and large utilities, it doesn't really correspond with the land use tables. So we are proposing that small utility services be permitted in all of the districts. That talks about power lines, water lines, sewer lines, storm drainage facilities, and so forth that are normally found in the street right of way. Those weren't even listed as allowed in certain districts, including residential districts, which makes no sense because we all need power and water and gas and streets, so forth. Medium utility services are defined as power lines, water transmission lines, base stations, pump stations, so forth. And you'll see examples of that, I think, in some districts, you might find a small substation. The pumps that you find throughout the city, in fact, in this neighborhood, just a couple of blocks away, those pumping houses would be similar to a medium utility service. And we are proposing that those be conditional uses in the residential and commercial districts permitted in the business park district. They are already permitted in the industrial districts, and then conditional uses in some of the special district overlays. The large utility services, which are like the larger transmission lines, the cell towers, those type of things, we are proposing that those would be conditional uses in all districts except the general industrial, in which case it would be a limited use. The reason that some of those would be conditional uses is sometimes you need to have a transmission station where you need to have a transmission station, and approving it by conditional use permit allows that additional review by the Planning Commission and City Council. So as then we move forward and we look at section 11, what is it? 60301. This provides language that would exclude small, medium, or large utility services and telecommunication services from the requirements of table 11-60101. And those are the requirements. Let's see if I've got my table in here. I believe those are the requirements for the lot size and lot frontage. And then we also propose to change 11605C1, which addresses frontage and access of a lot to exclude utility services. Again, that's so that we can build these specific uses in areas where they really need to be constructed. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
So if we don't make these changes,
Mhm.
What's the impact?
If we don't make these changes, technically in residential developments, you wouldn't be allowed to have utility services running through the streets. We wouldn't be able to provide a site for aloe in the business park. And it would be more difficult to provide other types of utility services throughout the city.
Okay.
Couldn't put lift stations in, we couldn't put substations in, we couldn't put almost any utility thing that we currently put in, we couldn't put in. We were appalled when we found this out. And we want to walk or talk and do what the UDC says, but this is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. We can't run a utility without having opportunity to do these things.
So one of the questions that I have then with regards to this, because I've seen them crop up all over town now, not the lift stations, not the pump stations, we've had those, but what I have been seeing lately is there are a myriad of additional utility boxes appearing in the front yards, in the right of way, or in the front yards of residential property all over the city.
And that
And
is.
do these changes then afford the placement of those types of boxes in anyone's front yard or in any city easement right of way in their front visual area as a permitted use in all residential areas?
That falls under other regulations. Those are in city right of ways and in utility easements. And as I understand, and I'll defer to Travis, because it's a utility easement, they can go there anyway. They don't need the permission of the city. You fall.
It's a public right of way.
Right, it's public right of way. You're allowed to put them there, and ultimately federal law that regulates utilities trumps the UDC.
How often do those types of utility boxes, vaults, and the like get placed as the utilities are run down the street? And I know that's not just true for cable companies, it's true for telephone companies.
Right,
and
it's true
others,
for all of
utilities
those.
as well.
It's
How-
true
how-
for
how
all of
often-
those.
How often are they allowed to place those?
They're in public right of way, so they're allowed to place them. We
Every
don't-
resident, they can
we
put them in
don't-
every residence. if
We
they
don't,
chose.
we don't regulate
You're
those
correct.
at all. We're not allowed to regulate those.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing.
Good evening. I'm Al Schroeder. I'm Director of Engineering for Allo Communications, 330 South 21st Street, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68508.
Jason Davis, Senior Development Manager, Allo Communications, 1115 East B Street, North Platte, Nebraska.
So we're here tonight. First off, just let me say, we're excited about bringing fiber to the community and offering services to all of the residents and businesses here. So we're of course here to testify in support of the ordinance tonight. So I appreciate you all hearing this out and help us with this issue, because a little bit of background on this one, maybe just to add a little more color, is the central office that we propose to place on the site is virtually identical to the other two out there. This is not an occupied structure. It's just will contain our equipment that basically will light the fiber to the home and businesses. It's unfortunate that this is coming up so late kind of in the process, because we're literally about 1 to 2 weeks away from turning up services there when this came up. So we've kind of delayed 1 week. And for us, right now we're probably delaying about $100,000 in revenue for each week of delay. So because of that, I would like to ask if there were additional readings needed with this. We'd like to request that they would be waived so that we could get approval of this as quickly as possible, so that the building permit for the structure could be approved and we could continue construction, or maybe at the very least come up with a way we could temporarily move forward with our construction and turn-ups. We're going to have technicians who access the site probably at most once or twice a day. So very low vehicle traffic to the site. We had planned to use the current gravel road that goes over to the two existing structures that are already there. So we would be the third one using it. So it didn't seem like this was going to be as maybe a big an issue as it turned into. But with that, I'd love to answer any questions that you may have about what we're proposing or building here in Fremont. And Jason, anything I missed there that you'd like to add? Okay.
Councilman Jensen.
Well, actually, you answered my question. I was going to ask you if time was an issue, if you wanted to move this to third reading tonight, and if it should pass first reading, I will certainly do that.
Thank you.
I will second that.
We'll get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any other comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, Fremont. The only question I have, and I have no opposition, other than concern about the residential entities. We've seen kind of an albatross, a hodgepodge of utility boxes on 16th Street, directly to the north of Baker's. And that's been somewhat prettied up and it's got somewhat of fencing around it. We have the pump houses that are brick and they look nice in the neighborhoods, but then we have kind of a very ugly, austere looking lift station on 19th Street, just west of Luther Road. So I don't know who controls that or how that's determined, what that's going to look like, but I would hope that the city entity would take some deep thought into what they're allowing into the residential neighborhoods. Again, I'm not taking issue with Alloy's request or with taking up a property and having some setbacks lightened up or their requirements. I'm not taking issue with that. I'm just asking you to make sure in the back of your mind you have concern with what's getting put in the residential neighborhoods. Because some of the things that have popped up across our community, both to the south, across the railroad tracks, and also in some of our residential now in the older neighborhoods, is not pretty. And it's not welcomed. I would like to retain at least a more residential look without some of those big ugly boxes sitting on. And I think if you've driven by Baker's in the last 20 years, Vern, you know exactly what I mean. It's been somewhat replaced. I'd like to prevent that from happening on the residential side.
Any other comments from the public? I'll close the public hearing. Comments from council. Councilman Legban.
Yes, I would like to thank Allo for coming and speaking tonight.
But this isn't just about Allo, it's about all our utility services. I think this is something that we need to do so that we can work on our own utility services to the public and new locations we build. So I think this is important for all of Fremont.
Councilman Yerger.
I too welcome Allo to the community. I can't wait. So kudos for coming in that regard. And my questions earlier were with regards to things that I've seen happen, as well as what was mentioned here by members of the public again tonight. And I experienced this working for the phone company for a number of years in Omaha. We had similar problems when the customers did not like when things were placed in their front space. They didn't mind so much in the back, but if it was going to be in the front, created all kinds of problems. And so I was just trying to head some of that off, whether it's city utilities or yours or whatever. Courtesy to the public in that regard as best can be done, it goes a mile. And so that was my reason for asking. The only other comment that I would make then at this time is, and I've asked for this and we've gotten it pretty good tonight so far, but in ordinance 5571, we indicated that this was passed by the Planning Commission, but we didn't indicate their vote count. Jennifer, do you know what the vote count was on this item when it passed? It was on 9-0. I'd like to amend the ordinance 5571 in that whereas statement that the Planning Commission held a meeting on October 19th and subsequently passed this 9-0.
Councilman Jensen.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes to amend with the vote count.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
I'd now take a motion to the amended ordinance to introduce. Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to introduce amended ordinance 5571.
Councilman Legban.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
When we can have first reading and then we can move. Okay. Have first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11 zoning subdivision and site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on first reading.
Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to suspend the rules and move to final reading of amended ordinance 5571.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11 zoning subdivision site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on final reading.
Cast your final vote.
Ordinance 5571 is approved 7-0.
Moving on to item 7, resolution 2021-072 for a conditional use permit for a storage facility generally located at 1405 West Military. This time we'll have staff report.
This is a request on behalf of Ron Block for a conditional use permit for a storage facility at 1405 West Military. The Planning Commission recommended approval on a 9-0 vote. The property is zoned light industrial and is developed with a house. The properties to the east and west are also zoned light industrial. Properties to the north are zoned UR urban residential. The proposed building meets all of the required setbacks and is below the floor area ratio in the district. A 10-foot landscape buffer is proposed on the west side of the property, and access to the storage building will be from the north. This meets the requirements of 11-50403 and 11-31605. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger.
I'm assuming that public notice went out on these items in accordance with 11-314 in Nebraska, 19-904, 905, right?
That's correct.
And no feedback came in from any members of the public in the surrounding
I have-
areas that were notified?
No, I have not had negative
Okay.
comments.
Again, in this particular staff report, you'll probably tell me that they're all being met, but items 6 through 9 in this staff report also didn't indicate the specific findings with regards to this. And since this, I assume, is going to be boat storage, like the other
Yes.
storages in the area.
All of the storage will be in that one large building. There will be one access to the north of the building. It'll come in. There'll be a central aisle in the building for boat
Gonna-
storage.
It's going to be inside only.
In the inside only, there's no storage. The building doesn't open into the front yard. Actually, that house will provide a nice buffer to this particular storage buildings. The driveway will be of concrete, and there isn't proposed to be any outdoor storage.
Okay. And we haven't had any drainage issues in this area without the building. This is a new building, correct?
That's correct.
And so we haven't had any drainage issues relative to the surrounding properties in this area without putting concrete and rooftop in here. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you. We'll now open the public hearing. Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 Northeast Street, Fremont. I have two questions. One is, what is the height of the building? You may be aware that Mr. Vlach has been allowed to build a huge building up against a residential property, and it has caused some drainage issues because that wasn't addressed early on. And now there's another one going up. So my concern is, one, the use of this, because those two buildings were supposed to be for private, yet there isn't, there's other parties entering that property and pulling bolts out of it that aren't Mr. Vlach. Just a concern on what the proper use of these buildings are. The height of this building is a concern. The height of the buildings out on West Military on the north side and a more residential Riverside area is quite huge and put up huge walls. The property owners in the immediate area were not impressed, and I know that there was some litigation issues with that. So when this gets put in, if that residential sells, will an easement be filed with the county to allow access? And how will this work? Right now, that property is solely owned. There are a few issues of concern. What is the height of this building? And have you looked at what the drainage aspect is going to be for putting a 60 by 200 building on this property? That's a lot of square footage to find new drainage for. Right now, there isn't a drainage area that's of concern, but there may be.
Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
I'm interested if staff or the applicant has answers to any of those specific questions with regards to building size, height, those kinds of things, and or looks like this is placed fairly deep into the lot, long driveway deep into the lot.
Yeah, I don't know the specific height of the building. It will need to follow the requirements of the light industrial district. I don't have that building height off the top. I know residential districts are 36 feet. I believe it's 40 or 45 feet. In the light industrial district is the maximum height. That's the base underlying zoning district. When a building permit comes in, as Dave presented earlier, I believe at that time is when any type of grading plan would be reviewed.
Does the applicant have any idea what size of building height that he plans to build? Or design plans aren't ready.
Ron, do you know how tall the building will be? How tall will the building be?
I'm sorry, I'm really hard of hearing. 14 foot.
14 foot. Thank you.
Any other comments from council? Councilman Coons,
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution 2021-072.
Councilman Legban,
I will second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 8, resolution 2021-073 to authorize application for community development block grant on behalf of Lifehouse to procure food for the food pantry and food programs. We'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Lottie Mitchell, Grant Coordinator. Yes, tonight we're here to hold the public hearing that is required for community development block grants. This application is in partnership with Lifehouse to procure food for the food pantry and help cover the additional wages that have been required to staff the food pantry as they've added additional nights and assisted in additional food programs. So this type of funding is Community Development Block Grant designated for COVID relief, or CDBG CV. We are applying for $450,000 on behalf of Lifehouse. All of those funds will be used towards the procurement of food and the covering the additional wages needed. $12,500 will be applied for to help cover the grant administration, and that's the paperwork side of the grant. This is a 24-month funding cycle, so they'll have 2 years to use those funds. Lifehouse Food Pantry has seen a 74% increase in demand during the pandemic. They have been receiving free food supply from the Food Bank of the Heartland, but that does end at the end of May. They've also been receiving free food supply from farm to family food boxes, but that ends the end of June. And so we're hoping to wrap up this application and get it submitted before the end of May so we can hopefully turn it around and get a notice of award. Because we are applying on behalf of Lifehouse, a memorandum of understanding or an agreement to spell out who's responsible for what parts of the grant and executing the grant, that'll come back to you if we receive notice of award. But this time we'd like to get the application submitted so that the review process can begin.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Thank you, Lottie. We'll now open the public hearing. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger,
Make a motion to approve resolution 2021-073.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda by staff, council, or the public? Councilman Yerger,
I'd like to have discussion on item 18, please.
I also need to request the item 13 on behalf of the applicant. Any other items? Seeing none, I would take a motion to approve consent agenda 9 through 12, 14 through 17, 19, and 20. Councilman Gibson,
I would make that motion.
Councilman Jensen,
Will second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 13, motion to approve request for the use of the city for Fremont property and street closures by John C. Fremont Days Board for annual festival. I will let the applicants here go ahead and talk about John C. Fremont Days.
Don Cunningham, 2055 Parkview here in town. Last Friday, a group of fire personnel contacted me and they wanted to sponsor the water fights again during the festival. Well, that's great, except I've already submitted the street closures to you folks. And I knew it was not, we can change that. So what I'm asking, I don't know all the rules and everything, but what we need to do is to ask for street closure in front of the courthouse on Park. So I think it's 4th to 5th. And we need to add that to the street closing. And I think it's 4 o'clock to 9 o'clock on Saturday night. That way, these people can get out there, get their fire hoses and have all the fun they want to have, I guess. And if we could add that to it, then that'd be one more item that would be a lot of fun to have. And honestly, it was just a timing issue. But the reason we wanted to get this done tonight is our schedule is due to our insurance company. From that, then they bill us for how much insurance we have to cover the festival.
Thank you, Don. Is there a motion to amend the request to include Park Street between 4th and 5th on Saturday, 4 to 9 p.m.? Councilman Jensen,
I will make that booking.
Councilman Coons,
And I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Then I would just take a motion to approve the final amended request. Councilman Coons,
Make a motion to approve the final amended request.
Councilman Legban,
And I will second that.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Thank you. Looking forward to John C. Fremont
Hey,
Days.
Mr. Mayor, we want to say thank you. Hey, Don, we
Yeah.
want to say thank you to Don. This will be Don's last year doing John C. Fremont Days. He's moving away from our fair community. We would thank you for all you've done. We wish you the best of luck.
Moving on, item 18, resolution 2021-076, authorizing staff to execute agreements with Questline for newsletter services. This time we'll have staff report. Is this Dave?
No, it's Lottie, but I think she left. We have used Questline, Brian Newton, City Administrator. We've used Questline from, I think, 2015 to present. They currently do our electronic newsletter. They also do our paper copy, which is mailed out in our utility bills. One thing unique about Questline is they service primarily utilities. And so there are hundreds of utilities across the nation that use Questline. And that's why we use them, because they're very good at what they do. Because it's primarily based for utilities. We do our gas notifications in there, which is a safety concern. We use them extensively. There really isn't anybody to go out and get a competing bid for, simply because they are so unique and they fit such a niche in newsletters. I think it costs us, I think in there it's about $1,000 and we get like 13,000 or something a month. We currently do electronics every month. We do mailings every other month. And so we would certainly endorse continuing with Questline. No, Lottie's here. How did I do, Lottie?
Very well. Sorry, I had the wrong agenda item number circled.
Oh,
Didn't realize that was my item. So I apologize, but you did very well. I think you covered all of the pertinent information. I can help answer any questions.
you do the tough questions.
Councilman Yerger?
My questions are pretty basic and I understand why you might have picked this. So, but in your staff report, you said you selected CSI. Is that just another acronym for Questline?
Oh, no, I apologize. That is the company that actually prints the bill, utility bill insert. So we have three things. We have two electronic newsletters, one for residential, one for commercial. And then we have the paper copy, the printed utility bill insert. And that's CSI Printing that actually does the printing services for us.
Okay, so we have multiple things that we're approving.
Three agreements, yep.
Simultaneously here, and there's a lot of contractual information related to Questline contained in our packet.
Yes, I wanted to illustrate that it's not just an expense with Questline for the total of $15,699.58, but that there is an additional cost to print that utility bill insert. at $1,000. Let's see, it's $1,026.30 per issue.
Okay, so my questions are going to be a little disconnected because I wanted to have clarification of CSI versus Questline. So the statement was made that we had multiple quotes on the CSI bid,
For printing services. Yep, we did go out for quotes for that.
and they're not listed here, so we don't know, but I assume you selected the lowest bidder. What were the other bids?
I would have to look them up, but they were all
Comparable or-
under the threshold of needing to bring it to council. They were all under
But this was the-
$30,000.
But this for CSI was the lowest bid.
Correct.
Okay. And so then as it relates to the Questline agreement, that one has the 7% third year kicker on it, 2
Yep.
years that are flat, then in the third year it ramps up for 7%. Was that also a proposal that was separately quoted in bid?
That's included in the 3 agreements that are in the packet. It talks about that.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is we're separate bids for the Questline newsletter services made.
I see
And
what you're
were the
asking.
3 years, including the cumulative 7% kicker, compared against any and all other bids, and was it still also the lowest bid?
For the newsletter services or for the printing of the newsletter. No, for the newsletter.
For the
Questline.
For the
Questline.
Questline proposal.
Questline's a sole source provider, and so there were no other quotes.
There were no other
They're,
quotes for that.
they're the only people that
Right.
offer this type of
That one
service.
clears that up. Thank you. And it looks like in the contract, not that we would, but I didn't see anything that allows the city any early termination rights. Did I miss it? Or
45-day notice.
45-day notice?
Mhm.
And no penalty? Or there is a penalty?
Just talks about 45-day notice. I'd have to clarify it. To the date of termination. Yeah, thank you, Travis.
Okay. No penalty. Thank you.
And we did get to change the venue change to Nebraska too. So
Right. And then bills due payable within 45
45
days
days, we
instead of
extended
10
that.
days. Yeah.
Any other questions for staff? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the public?
Just a quick comment. Susan Jacobus, 1805 Northeast Street. Part of this circular, the information that is received is also related to floodplain information. And this also helps with our community rating system, which actually drops some of the insurance rates down. So I mean, the information provided in it is a myriad of topics. It's very well received, and I think it's very well done. And thank you for continuing it, actually. But this also is tied into your floodplain and some of the educational process. It's not just about brochures and what you're doing at this level, but that's also part of a point system with the community rating system.
Any other comments from the public? Any comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion to approve resolution 2021-076. Councilman Coons,
Make motion of resolution 2021-076.
Councilman Yerger,
Second.
cast your votes.
The motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to unfinished business. Item 21, motion to approve liquor license location change for Taco Smack, 245 East Fifth Street. We'll have staff report.
Mayor and council, this item was continued at the last meeting. There was a request that we received the church location item with regards to this. We received that and it was included in the packet. I would request that the city council approve the location change for Taco Smack to 245 East Fifth Street. Be happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Yerger,
Well, I took this up before because we needed, I think, a Form 134, so I'm glad to see it was submitted to the state. It looks like it went in on May 3rd. I'm assuming that the Liquor Commission, at least we haven't heard whether they're going to have a hearing or have a meeting with the church that they received this, but we haven't heard anything back from them yet. And the applicant hasn't heard anything back from the state yet.
I think the state probably has that process maybe after our process, because while we provide a recommendation, if the recommendation from the council is negative, that kind of, they don't say it absolutely kills it, but it does. They kind of spell that out in the application, but they're probably waiting before they go through what is sometimes a painful process of a public hearing. They probably want to make sure the city council is okay with it first.
Well, I know we discussed at the last meeting, since this is in close proximity to the church, essentially right across the street, that the church ought to have ample opportunity to weigh in on this, whether it's formally through the state or informally on just a letter endorsing the applicant, saying we're good with this. To my knowledge, that hasn't happened either. Is that correct?
Councilman Gibson.
Church has been notified. No reason it's taking so long.
Brad, you want to turn yours off?
Sorry.
The, oops, excuse me. I can comment on that since I've been going to church for 52 years. And also Mr. Cobus is a member. We've already discussed that at Liberty. The person that owns Taco Smack neglected to sign the form that goes down to Lincoln, which is down there now. It'll come back to Brother Jerry, who will sign it. We discussed it at length, and we have no problem with it whatsoever. If you want to continue to the next meeting for the final approval, I don't care, that's fine, but there's no objection at St. James. In fact, we'd love to have lunch there on Sunday afternoon.
Councilman Yerger.
Well, I appreciate Councilman Gibson's remarks with regards to what the church's expectations are. I guess unless there's some time constraint pushing this, I guess my personal preference is that we would continue this to the next meeting and get the legal opinion or the form approval back with the church's okay officially. Otherwise, I guess it would seem to me the only other way around this for us as council members might be to put a conditional approval on this that says, if we don't get something from the church that grants an okay, then our okay is not good. Because we need to make sure that they've met the 150-foot requirement or have a waiver of same. And right now, we don't have either.
Can I make a statement? The church process is a process with the state, not with the city. And so that is not in our purview. And so we provided notification that it was within, and we updated the state on that. The state has the form. It's been on the agenda twice. And so if there was someone from the church who had a concern about that, they've had 2 opportunities now to be able to speak to that issue.
Legal, did you want to weigh in at all?
I was just going to mention the requirement that we had was to make sure the church was notified. And if they've been notified, then I'm okay with this council approving this today.
Are there any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. When this was first put on the agenda, they were not notified. I notified them. They have not had an official presentation by the Vespers, which makes the decision. Their meeting will be at the start of next week. So they'll weigh in at that point. There's been some polite discussion within the church and some of the members. Some would like it, some would rather not, because some of the meetings that occur by outside groups. So that will be discussed, but the Vespers have not met, which they need to do, and then they will weigh in. As far as a written, as what I've been told from several of the Vespers, they have not received a written notice, but they have been notified part of it because I started an email chain and let them know that this is coming and that they will be getting a notification. And this is why it was put on their agenda for the Vesper meeting, but they have not made that decision yet. And they're going to, and I don't see a roadblock to it, but it'd be nice for them to send a letter back to the city saying we take no issue, or if we do, this is what our issue is. So I don't know why that can't be done first.
Any other comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger.
In light of the comments that were just made, I would make a motion to continue this item to the next meeting to provide the church the opportunity to speak directly to this issue in written form.
Councilman Jensen.
I was interested in discussing this a little further. I mean, we were,
Can
you
we?
say the church,
privileged motion, but again, this is not following the process Tyler just laid out. This is not our concern.
Do I need to go with the privilege motion first to continue? Is there a second to that motion? Do you withdraw it for now? Okay. Go ahead, Councilman Jensen.
Thank you, Councilman. You're right. Just say, we're making it sound like the church has not had opportunities to speak here, and they have. It's been up here at least twice. And we've got people from the church who are just saying that it's all right. Legal says it's all right. Let's get her done.
Councilman Coons.
I'll second that motion. Well, I'll make the motion.
Okay. Is there a second to approve? Councilman Yerger.
I have a privilege motions on the floor that was to be taken up immediately after his comment. Okay, well, I renew my privilege motion to continue this to the next meeting to allow the church ample opportunity to weigh in formally. If they're meeting next week, waiting one more time to approve this to give them that opportunity. I suspect they won't have a problem, but I don't think we should just assume they don't have a problem. So I make a motion to continue to the next meeting.
Privilege motion.
Is there a second? Councilwoman Ganem.
I'll second.
Cast your votes to continue.
Motion fails 3-4.
Councilman Coons has a motion to approve. Is there a second? Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the second.
Cast your votes to approve.
The motion carries 6-1.
Moving on, item 22, ordinance 5567 to amend UDC by text change to table 11-614.02 regarding fences and walls in residential districts. This would be for final reading. We'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is the third reading of the request for the text change that would allow fences on the street line, on lots that are on an arterial and the street side yards, provided that site clearance is provided with it. I don't have my report in my packet. I left it there. There was a question last week about the conflict, or if there was a conflict with section 800 of the municipal code that pertains specifically to intrusions in the right of way. This would not be in the right of way, so we would still need to have this language in the UDC.
Any questions for staff? Thank you. Councilman Yerger.
So specifically, you and legal looked at section 8607.
That's correct.
With regards to the fence height being 3 feet and because it's a corner lot and et cetera, and specifically the interest that I had in that paragraph were not only what the limitations that are there, but the reason that I raised this last meeting was for the fact that the last portion of that paragraph says that the council could prescribe a specific variance in this case. And I wanted to know whether section 8607 could be used to grant a variance rather than to change the UDC code, which applies across the entire city. I don't necessarily object to the change that's being made in the UDC necessarily. I'm just wondering if we couldn't have handled this with a specific variance and discussed this with legal. We handled the driveway issue last time where we didn't have a specific guidance in municipal code that said we could do a variance, and we did it. And now we have a specific item that says we could do a variance, and we're changing UDC. And I'm just looking at that going, it's kind of inconsistent. So
I'll defer to legal counsel on both of those.
in essence, we could attempt to do a variance under 8607, but it's not a conflicting change in the UDC to do so. And it's what was requested to be made, the change that was requested to be made. If the council doesn't feel the change is within the city's best interest, it's certainly up to the council. They're not conflicting with
Yeah,
each
it
other.
was never my intention to say that they were conflicting. I just wondered if we had the authority granted under that specific paragraph to do it a different way than what we were doing. Making UDC changes for specific purposes is one of those things I think the city should attempt to avoid as more times than not. Because once you make a change, it applies to everybody across the city, not just this particular lot who has a request for moving their garage and wants to have a fence and needs to meet certain standards, and the UDC doesn't allow it. So we're changing the code so that it fits them. Yeah, and we're changing the code for everybody else in town at the same time forevermore, unless we go back and do a 3 ordinance change again. So I was just looking for the easier way out, which was the variance. And, we'd be saying, well, you could do it that way, but we could do it the way it's being applied in the UDC. That's fine also. Just was looking for the various approaches here. It looks like we had 2. And you would agree, we have 2.
The main difference would be the variance in 8607 is very specific to that certain instance. So,
right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Councilman Legban.
Yeah, Jennifer, which one do you feel more comfortable in, changing the UDC, which you just wanted to do, or go to the variance? What do you feel more comfortable with?
If we went with the variance, or I'm not sure if it's a variance or a waiver, typically a variance is only granted by the Board of Adjustment. So the language bothers me a little there. I think we would have to restart this whole process and advertise and bring it back to council at a next meeting. I'm not exactly sure how that process works through the Public Works process. There have been a lot of questions and concerns throughout the city over the time that I have been here about fencing on corner lots and when that could or couldn't be allowed. And I think this helps clarify that a little bit. But I could go either way.
Perfect.
Is this something you're going to recommend House of Levine put in the final updated UDC?
Definitely this, and probably looking at it even in more depth with some of the concerns that have been raised in areas that are non-arterial streets, but are corner lots.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any comments from the public? Seeing none. Any comments from council? If there are none, I would take a motion to hold final reading. Councilman Legban.
I make a motion to hold final reading of ordinance 5567.
Councilman Sukram,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11 zoning subdivision and site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on final reading.
Cast your final vote.
Motion carries 7-0. The ordinance is approved.
Moving on, item 23, ordinance 5569 pertaining to the pay plan for the Department of Utilities. There is also a request to suspend rules and move to final reading. We'll have staff report.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, Jennifer McDuffie, Director of Human Resources. Tonight, we have the GIS coordinator position in front of us again. This would be a change to the utility salary ordinance to add this position to the chart. As we discussed before, we're moving from hand-drawn maps to digital GIS maps and records, and this position will be part of that change. Tonight, we're asking you to hold second reading and then also move on to third and final reading so that we can get this position posted. I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
Is this work, GIS mapping work that we're switching over to digital done on both the utility side and the city side?
That is the plan, yes.
And because we're putting in the utility side rates rather than the city side's rates, does that imply some sort of reporting hierarchy on the utility side rather than to the engineer staff on the city side?
This position will report to the Director of IT.
Reports to IT.
Which is a shared position. So that way it's billed both to city and to the utilities.
Is the workload roughly comparable, city side versus utility side? Do you know?
I'm not sure yet. We'll have that figured out once they get started.
Just curious. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, Fremont. I do have a few concerns. GIS is just one position reporting directly to the IT, and you have a very diverse combination of requirements, utility versus city. By state statute, that has to be divided. And on here, it's only taking the financial side off of the utility side. But it's also interesting to note that Omaha has more than a dozen involved in their GIS mapping. And that's just for the planning side and for the Director of Public Works side. And the city of Lincoln has over 6. Columbus has 4. I'm just saying that you have one personnel that you're going to dedicate to doing the entire city. And we are a first-class city. I don't know that this position will be able to fulfill all the requirements that are going to be needed by both the city and the utility. And I didn't know from Jennifer if there's going to be any additional roles or positions being brought in. The other comment that I'm waiting to see, action moved on. This is a grade 24 position. And we have yet to address the city side position for our Director of Communications that has had that position for many years. That's at a grade level of 21. You have other positions in your utility side. This is an ordinance for the utility side that are of greater grade pay. And that is something that has been looked at 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and as recently as September, October of this last year and prior to this ordinance pass. So as you're passing this position, knowing they're likely going to see another position added, this is not going to be able to do all the things that it's going to be required. You're asking a full GIS mapping of the entire city and updates. So who's going to come first? The utility side or the street side or the planning side as far as developments and subdivisions? There's a lot of work that's entailed now. It's not all hand done, but with this GIS, it's going to be quite detailed and onerous. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
Oh, I did find those latest comments to be kind of interesting, so I guess I'll ask Jennifer, do we have anticipation that we're going to eventually hire more than one? This is just a pay grade. And I think we said we have somebody doing the mapping manually now, a person. And so the original context when we discussed this before, I assumed that we were just putting somebody in with a different job title and a different pay grade. Are you contemplating that we would need more than one GIS coordinator, as was just suggested, to do the workload? And I am also, I'm well aware of the discussions that we've had relative to dispatch classifications and the fact that they can't keep personnel trained and hired over there at the rates they're making. And these rates that we're paying for this service seem to be significantly greater than what we have over there. So do you have anticipation to hire more than one GIS coordinator?
My understanding is that we are only hiring one. Brian, or if Nick is available, may be able to expound more, but that is my understanding, is that initially we are only hiring one individual.
That'll be assessed, I assume, as to whether or not it works effectively or not. And
No,
there's
we have
only
to-
one head count in the
we're not
budget now.
even-
Is that the issue?
We're not even crawling yet. One will at least get us crawling, then we have to start walking, and then eventually we'll run. This is our first step.
And we have a manual map person in the budget. This just raises the pay grade for the person doing the mapping. So
We have to get started.
So this is a starting point.
We're playing catch up.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments from council? Take a motion to hold second reading. Councilman Jensen,
I'll make a motion to hold the second reading of ordinance 5569.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now have final reading. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we'll now have second reading. Thank you.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska pertaining to pay plan for officers and employees, repealing ordinance number 5554 and all other ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for publication in pamphlet form and providing an effective date on second reading.
Now I need a motion to suspend rules and hold final reading. Councilman Jensen,
I will make the motion, to suspend the rule and hold final reading of ordinance 5569.
Councilman Coons,
I'll second that motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries, I'm sorry, I didn't
Miss.
record one vote from Councilmember Ganem.
Redo
What is
it.
your vote?
Just redo it. Just redo it.
Did we just redo it?
That's
Cast your votes again.
okay. Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now we'll have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska pertaining to pay plan for officers and employees, repealing ordinance number 5554 and all other ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for publication in pamphlet form and providing an effective date on final reading.
Cast your final vote.
Ordinance is approved 7-0.
Moving on, item 24, ordinance 5570 pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Fremont Technology Park to McGinn Holdings LLC pursuant to Nebraska law. This would be for second reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. This is the second reading, as the mayor said. We introduced this last meeting. This is the third lot that Mr. McGinn is proposing to buy. Again, we did raise the floor area ratio several meetings ago. So to build the size of building that Mr. McGinn would like to build, this is his solution, is to buy more property to make sure that he has enough acres to meet the 31.4% floor ratio. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger.
I understand why Mr. McGinn wants to buy the additional property in order to meet the FAR ratio test, as we discussed at the last meeting. You said that's the purpose. And I think council said at the time, yeah, and you have to actually use the lot for that purpose. You can't just use it for mathematics. So my question is this, with regards to the fact that he'll have 3 lots. Originally, the first purchase had 4 acres roughly, and the second one had 2. And now this will be the 7th. So it was roughly 7 acres. So my question is, when he goes through the process of testing for FAR, when planning goes through the test for FAR, council has told me and others on council that FAR ratios are applied per lot. So he has 3 lots here. Will he need to consolidate these lots voluntarily on his own to apply the FAR ratio in the totality? I'm just curious as to mathematically, I guess, from Jennifer's perspective, if the FAR is applied individually rather than collectively, doesn't that yield him slightly less potential for his building size, given the fact that the FARs encompass peripheral area, and he wouldn't want to do that calculation 3 times over? It would need to be on a consolidated basis. I'm just questioning,
Hey,
is that
Jennifer.
the way it would work?
Just a minute, he's going to build the building in phases. And so it depends on how he lays the building out. If he, let's say he starts his first phase on his 4 acres, okay, he'll have to submit building plans. It may meet the floor ratio, okay? Then if he decides to add a different phase or a different addition to his building, okay? And if he still does it on that same lot, he still will submit plans, and if he meets the floor ratio, he's fine. It's only when he suddenly wants to add on a building that's larger than the 4 acres, that he's now, let's say he's got to combine the 2 lots, the 4 acres and the 2 lots. Now he can build maybe a second or third phase, okay? Then if he does decide that he wants a 118,000 square foot building, which that's about the floor ratio of 7 acres, then he would have to ask us to combine those into 1 lot, okay, to meet the floor area ratio. And each time Don would consider that as the application comes.
Okay, I misread his application. It looked like it was said here that he wanted to build a 120,000 square foot building. I guess that's not accurate, at least on the get-go. He's not building that. That's
correct.
That building is 2 football fields in size, which
That's
I
correct.
kind of grappled with as, so that is a huge warehouse. And if he's building it in stages, I guess that's not what was implied here. You've explained in that regard. I think one of the curiosities relative to that, it's still in code, that is, and maybe an issue that needs to be explored. This is a conditional use in this area, period, because it's characterized as a warehouse. If he were to do other kinds of work in that building other than a warehouse, and he's doing it in stages on different lots, then I think there are different UDC tests. Rather than just expand the building size, you have to get into, did the use change as well? So as long as it maintains as just being a warehouse, as you go from 1 lot to the next lot to the next lot, that might be fine. But any change in usage would be problematic. Isn't that correct?
That's not what we're discussing, but yeah.
I
that would be-
understand. I'm just trying to figure out the process here and how you're going to apply the FAR ratios to somebody that owns 7 acres when we're done with this.
So
Because that was the whole purpose of being able to meet the FAR test at the existing UDC rate for the size of building that he wanted. And now this is for the first time that I'm hearing that he's building it in stages, not actually going to build a 120,000 foot building.
So the floor area ratio is per lot. So as Brian said, with his first building permit, he comes in, he applies for the floor area, for the building permit. He has to meet the floor area ratio. He can continue to expand up to that floor area ratio. If he wants to go beyond that, he needs to combine the lots. In general, for any building. If he is applying for something that requires a conditional use permit, that would run with the particular property. So I'm just going to make up lot numbers. So lot A, he comes in and receives a conditional use permit for a warehouse on lot A. He could potentially ask for the conditional use permit on all 3 lots, or he could just do it incrementally. And then if he does end up expanding to lot B and then to lot C, he could come back and update his conditional use permit to expand to cover to those particular lots, which by that time, a condition of the permit would be that we would want to combine and consolidate those lots.
And if you were to change the usage from warehouse to on the 2nd or 3rd lot, I want it to be for something else. I'm going to put a separate building, but it's not going to be a warehouse. It's going to be something else. The permits are being granted on a lot by lot basis
That's
in
correct.
association with the FAR. And so he would just meet the test or whatever the FAR says you can build in business park
Right,
based
so
on the
if
size
on
of that car.
lots, if on lot A, he wants to build a warehouse, which requires a conditional use permit, and on lot B, he wants to build whatever
An
is
office.
a permitted use, an office,
Right.
he's allowed to do that on those two separate lots, but he needs to meet the underlining zoning requirements of those individual lots.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand that. Everything I was led to believe is he wanted to build one big, large building, and now I understand that's not the case.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Councilman Jensen?
Just asking is all the ducks in a row, is everything done? Is there any reason not to go to final reading here tonight?
Yeah, we don't have the survey done. So when we first start these, we always request, because we never order the survey and the boundary survey and the plat. You know, when we start this process, we wait until we're started, and so it'll be ready by the third reading, so.
Any comments from the public? Seeing none, any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
I'll only make this in passing, and I'm only going to address one paragraph. I'm still intrigued by the paragraph 20's insertion in this purchase agreement that talks about 29th Street. When this lot doesn't face 29th Street, it's going to face 32nd Street and or other properties. So I don't understand why paragraph 20 is in here relative to 29th Street paving and the like, because it has no bearing on this lot. Even if we were doing lot assessments, this isn't adjacent to 29th Street, so it would be adjacent to 32nd Street. I don't understand why there was an issue relative to my original suggestion to remove that paragraph. And I withdrew my motions to take that out of the contract at the last meeting. I still don't think it belongs in this contract because it's not relevant.
I think Travis answered that question already by email.
Are there any other comments from council? Councilman Ligman?
Yeah, if there are no other comments, I'd make a motion to hold second reading of ordinance 5570.
Councilman Coons?
I'll second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
Now have second reading.
An ordinance pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska to McGinn Holdings LLC pursuant to Nebraska law on second reading.
Item 25, resolution 2021-064 approving Fremont Technology Park replat 3 preliminary plat. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. What you have before you is a revised preliminary plat for the Fremont Technology Park. It expands the number of lots and the number of streets in the technology park. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on April 19th and voted 9-0 to recommend approval. As you look at the preliminary plat, there is the distance on the south end, the buffer on the south end adjacent to the Rawhide Creek has been increased to 50 feet to accommodate water flows in that area. Outlot A on the east side is still 100 feet wide. More detailed grading has been provided to show, it's hard to read at this scale, but it does grade the detention cell. The revisions that were requested by the Public Works Director have been added to the preliminary plat. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Hey, could you talk why we have to do a preliminary plat and a final plat? I mean, why are we doing this just in general?
Sure, we're adding a number of lots and changing the configuration of the original preliminary plat. Originally, the use for the data center was one huge building at the eastern end of this lot. So to extend the roads and add additional roads and add additional lots, we're required to update the preliminary plat, update the grading study for that, And then subsequently, the final plat can come in behind that. We're only allowed to plat small chunks up to a certain amount, and we've reached the amount where we need to dedicate the new right-of-way. It wasn't in place before, so that's the rationale for the preliminary plat.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
When we do the plating for some of these businesses that are buying multiple lots, not just multiple acres. Some of them are buying 3 acres. They're just that, and that's the way it's laid out on the plats. Some are buying 2 lots that will make up 3 acres. Do we know whether or not these purchasers intend to build on across the lots? And if they are, should they be platted that way in the first place?
I'm not sure I follow your
I'll
question.
use one that's on the map. We haven't got to it yet tonight, but one of those that's on our discussion is Boulevard Boys, for example, and they're going to be on your plat, I think lots 6 and 7. So my question is, would they be building across lots 6 and 7, if I've got my facts right? And if so, why wouldn't we just have on the plat one big lot?
So when we first asked Olson to do this, they were talking about building on 2 separate buildings, 2 separate lots, keeping them separate.
And is that true for Valley View and Summit and all the others that are have
Yes.
purchased multiple lots?
We just didn't know.
And we
so
still don't know.
I think we're getting closer. I believe Boulevard Boards would like to combine it into one, but she can do that administratively. So you can do it either way. You can either show them individual and she can combine them, or you can split them in one big lot and then she can split them. So
Sure.
it doesn't matter. Administratively, she can do either. Okay. This
Understand.
was just our best guess at the time because it takes Olson about a month to get this preliminary plat, or maybe a little bit longer than that. It's been a while. And so we just don't want to go back with changes after changes when she can take those changes administratively.
Oh, I know that she can.
Yeah.
And it does provide some flexibility. So if they're purchasing lots 6 and 7, they can develop those as individual lots, or if they decide they could combine those together. Likewise, if somebody is buying lot 4, which is a larger lot, and they decide at some point they want to subdivide off a portion of it and sell it to somebody else, as long as it meets the requirements of the underlying zoning district, they can do that.
Yeah, I understand. If they didn't know what they wanted to do, they're just buying property, that's one thing. But if we fact and knew what they were intending to do, then it would seem to me drawing it out so you don't have to do an administrative adjustment after the
Sure.
fact. We just do it now and be done. That's why I asked.
Okay.
Councilman Legman?
Yeah, did I hear you right? We're building the drainage retention pond even bigger? Did I hear say or higher?
It will be
Drainage ditch?
excavated as a ditch. The outlot A, the 100 feet wide
Uh-huh.
will be, it's the same size as was originally proposed. On the south side, the outlot was widened to 50 feet, and that'll accommodate the slope down to the Rawhide Creek. And then you'll still have to have an additional setback area, so that gives even a bigger buffer in
Well,
that area.
Thank you for doing that. I'm glad, because we want to make sure we're doing the right things. And I don't know if Dave is here, but if we had this manual already done, would this qualify into our new manual that,
I'll let Dave answer.
see there?
those
I'm
questions.
sorry. Did you hear the question, Dave?
Dave Godekin, Director of Public Works. What, can you repeat it, please?
If we had this drainage manual already done, you're talking about you're down the road, but let's say it's already done. We said, yes, we want it. Would all this then qualify for this drainage criteria manual?
Yes, their methodology is the same methodology that's in the manual. And that's why we chose to use a fairly common methodology that they use. So it's called the SES method. And that is one of the ways that we use it in the manual. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that calculates the flows, it calculates the width, it calculates the size of the detention cell.
Yes, yes.
It calculates everything. That's what's in the manual, and that's what Olson used for the drainage study.
Right. They use the same methodology. Yes. They didn't necessarily, they didn't look at our manual because it didn't exist at the
exist,
time. Yeah.
Councilwoman Ganem.
And I just had a question because last time we also discussed that the Raha Creek couldn't handle some of the runoff now. And so we're gonna create a lot more. How, if it can't handle the runoff now, how is it gonna handle more runoff? I mean, I'm just,
Dave, you want to
what are
take
we,
that?
how are we
As
gonna
far as the
address
drainage
that?
calculation.
That is why we're proposing a detention cell. Remember what I talked about earlier, the volume of water, which is, gallons or cubic feet. Cubic feet are easier to plug into a formula. But gallons per minute or cubic feet per second. So you design for what's leaving the site now in the raw state. And that's what you put into your detention cell so that it's not discharging any greater rate of flow than that. But there are areas out there that will drain directly into the rawhide, but that's just a matter of topography. That's the only practical place to take it. So there is some increase due to that, but the drainage or the detention cell, makes up for some of those differences. Yes, that's why we're putting it in. We're doing things with that in mind.
So we're doing this well ahead of any manual that we have. We're actually
Absolutely.
just incorporating
Absolutely.
this in there.
Yes.
Any comments from the public?
Jerry Delaney, 2940 Laverna Street. I'm president of the Central Park Homeowners Association. First of all, I'd like to thank the council for their decision 4 weeks ago and recognizing that the outdated drainage study that was obviously considered so irrelevant that, in the words of our own city administrator and planning commission director, and I quote, "We forgot that it had been done." Your 6-2 vote at that meeting to not move forward with the proposed floor area ratio changes until a new complete macro study was done showed that you take your responsibilities to the citizens of Fremont seriously, and I thank you for that. Tonight, we're considering the proposed replanning or layout of the technology park property. Seems odd to me that this was not done prior to the sale of several pieces of property, and even more odd that it's being done when we still do not have a current or a complete drainage study. Our city seems intent on moving the development forward despite publicly stated concerns. The forgotten study that this council has already agreed is neither current, complete, or inclusive of the entire area that will be affected, proposes a major portion of the technology park drain into the Rawhide Creek. Mr. Newton has publicly stated numerous times that the Rawhide Creek has multiple issues and that the city has very limited ability to deal with them. When speaking on the local radio station just 2 weeks ago about the drainage plan and how it proposes to handle water runoff from the technology park, Mr. Newton stated, and I'm quoting him again, "It's no worse than what it is today." Making a bad situation no worse than what it already is doesn't do much to satisfy our concerns. This is a sad time if the best we can hope for from our city is that they will look at situations that have a history of causing devastation to the homes of its citizens and say, "We have no intention of improving things, but don't worry, we're not going to make them any worse." It's impossible to determine the size of buffer zones and retention ponds or to plot the size and location of lots and sell them to potential buyers when you do not have an accurate drainage study, which this council has already agreed it does not have. If I were sitting in one of the council seats tonight, having already expressed concerns for the lack of running water runoff planning that has been done in this area, I would be furious that my time is being wasted this evening by this request. The city administrator should not continue to waste your time and delay progress of this important development by bringing incomplete, outdated information and asking you to make irresponsible decisions based off of that information. Planning Commission approval is based on 3 things. Does the proposed ordinance match Fremont's comprehensive plan, its future land use, and its uniform development codes? The Planning Commission does not judge whether this plan ignores the threat to the surrounding community or the people of Fremont who have repeatedly asked the city to stop flooding them. Those decisions are your responsibilities as council persons. We're asking for your help to do nothing more until you have a plan to protect the private homes that will suffer if this development is not handled correctly. While we fully agree with the importance of bringing businesses and jobs to our community, it is time to stop spending a disproportionate amount of tax money to protect businesses and start protecting the citizens of our city. Businesses are important to a community, but so are people in their homes. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Linda Von Baron, 2046 30th Street, Fremont. I am a homeowner and I own rental property in the Central Park development. In 2020, we built 4 townhomes on 28th Street. We were unaware that the block had severe water problems. The city made the error, the developer refused to correct it, and each one blamed the other. The area was a mess in 2016. It still floods regularly, and we homeowners are left with the problem. In 2018, we built 4 more townhomes on 30th Street, just in time for the 2019 flood. All we could do was watch the water roar off your business park and do the best we could to keep our homes dry. You have a resolution that states, and I quote, "The revised preliminary plat will facilitate economic development in the city of Fremont," unquote. That gets to the heart of the problem, doesn't it? The sole focus of the city is on one thing and one thing only, and that is business. The city has shown over and over that damage to people and private property is none of its concern. And now the administration intends to ignore its own drainage study and create a park that it knows will flood us again. It is beyond frustrating that the city does not care when it costs tens of thousands of dollars in damages to our homes. Here's what we're asking. We're simply asking you to please listen to us. And I'm not just speaking for me or the people that are here, but the 179 residents that live in those 2 developments. We're asking that you do not approve a plan that your own information says will continue flooding our homes and properties. We are not asking that you stop development. We are not asking you go to great expense. We are just asking that you not approve anything until you have a plan to do something more than just dump the city's water at the edge of your park onto our homes around it. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Irene Alexander, 1767 Victoria Lane. I moved to Fremont in the fall of 2015. In the spring of 2016, the Rawhide Creek flooded. It ruined a lot of basements in the Cambridge Square neighborhood where I live and threatened other homes. I had water surrounding my home. I know there was a lot of damage in the Central Park area as well. In 2019, the Rawhide ran bank full again. Twice in a 5-year period, homes were threatened. The plan is to drain the water from the Tech Business Park into the Rawhide. How can homeowners in this area feel confidence that the development to the north of the Rawhide will not take an already bad situation and make it worse? In my understanding, an updated drainage study has not been completed. You are now being asked to make further changes without full knowledge of possible impacts. If the platting changes are approved now, then it may be too late to make needed adjustments to the drainage plan. The city has guidelines for the developers of subdivisions and require them to protect neighboring properties from stormwater runoff. Shouldn't the same standard be applied when the city is developing a business park? All citizens of Fremont should take notice, as you will be setting precedent for future projects. I welcome the development, but it should not come at the expense of surrounding residents. I hope we can count on our council members to protect tax-paying citizens from harm. We deserve to be assured that we won't have to live in fear of being flooded every time there is a big rain event. Please do this the right way.
Hi, Amy Euling, 1335 Glenwood Court here in Fremont. My husband and I are small business owners and we are not opposed to the tech park. However, we continue to be concerned by stormwater runoff plans or lack thereof. On April 13th, the City Council did not approve the area ratio and increase until a more comprehensive macro drainage study could be completed. And we thank you for that. Tonight, you will be voting on the Fremont Technology Park plat. If you vote to approve the plat tonight, you will be completely ignoring the very reason you voted not to approve the floor area ratio increase. By voting to approve the plat, it won't matter what the new, more comprehensive macro drainage study says, because the lot sizes will be set. There will be no room to increase the detention pond or do any other changes that would be required to safely manage the stormwater on site. We are baffled as to why this is in front of the City Council for vote when your current drainage study says the plat design fails the 100-year event. Please hire an engineering firm to give you some options as to how you can safely manage the water on site. An engineer could provide calculations and drawings, all of which can be altered, changed, and modified without moving any shovels of dirt. Let's learn from past mistakes like what the Hasselbrooks have been through. In every business decision my husband and I make, there is a risk-reward thought process we go through. It's the process of weighing the expected risks and rewards from a business decision and arriving at an optimal design or decision based on trade-offs involved. We don't see any optimal design here. We see one design which your current drainage study says will fail in the 100-year event. An event which has happened twice in the last 5 years, and it will happen again. Are you willing to put all the homeowners at risk for the reward of selling lots in the technology park? Please consider this. Take the risk of not selling the lots on the east side of the property until the detention pond design can be optimized to handle the 100-year event. And your reward will be a technology park that manages its own stormwater on site. We aren't asking for a special favor or a variance to some standard. We are simply asking that you protect the citizens from a known threat. There are multiple solutions to this problem. A licensed engineer has done the math and it works. We've got two options right here that have no net increase in water flow levels during a rain event when compared to what is happening right now with the land used for crops. You have the opportunity to actually fix an existing problem while building this tech park. Please don't let this opportunity slip by. Please do not approve the plat of the tech park tonight until some options have been explored to manage the stormwater on site. Thank you.
Take a motion to receive. Councilman Yerger.
I make a motion to receive the documents.
Councilman Legman.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Scott Euling. I live at 1335 Glenwood Court. At the 6 o'clock meeting tonight, we learned about the drainage criteria manual. I must say I was quite impressed with the detail and the completeness of the manual, and I encourage the citizen to adopt such a valuable tool at its earliest opportunity. Also, as stated in the 6 o'clock meeting, this manual is specifically designed for a tech park type of development. If you agree that the drainage criteria manual could help ensure controlled development of future property, I'm not sure why you would vote to approve the plat tonight. You see, if that manual was part of the Fremont's drainage plan right now, as written, I wouldn't be here because the detention pond would have to be sized to handle the 100-year event. And let me explain, as I want to quote 5 very important objectives and design criteria of this manual that were not mentioned in the 6 o'clock meeting. On page 2 under objectives, you have the 5 listed. Reduce the exposure of people and property to flood hazards. Page 3, under drainage design and technical criteria, runoff from the 100-year storm event shall pass through a development without flooding buildings, homes, or residential lots. Page 4, under drainage design and technical criteria, in new or redevelopment areas, post-project peak flow rates shall not exceed existing peak flow rates for the 2-year, 10-year, and 100-year discharges at the property line. Page 62, under design criteria, general criteria, storage facilities, which includes detention ponds, shall be designed to attenuate or slow down the post-project runoff peak rate so that is equal to or less than the existing 2-year, 10-year, or 100-year peak flow rates of the project. And finally, page 63, under design criteria, the storage volume. The storage volume of the facility, in this case, a detention pond, shall be adequate to attenuate the runoff peak flow rate at the downstream property line so that it is equal to or less than the existing peak flow rate for the 2-year, 10-year, and 100-year storms. As a licensed engineer in the state of Nebraska and Montana, I am here to state for the record, the current plat design which you are voting on tonight fails all of these objectives and criteria based on the city's drainage study, due to the detention pond size too small and unable to handle the 100-year event. As we just pointed out, we have 2 solutions right now. And I'm sure there are many more that are economically feasible and satisfy all 5 previously stated objectives and design criteria. I respectfully disagree with the statement at 6 o'clock meeting, an act of God such as 2016 and 2019 are impossible to design for in a fiscally responsible manner. Impossible is a huge word. If you vote to approve the plat tonight, you will go on record as knowingly and willingly putting economics over the safety and welfare of the homeowners in the surrounding housing developments. Thank you.
I am Jennifer Schneckenberger. I live at 3049 Laverna, which puts me right behind the proposed detention pond. We experienced firsthand the flooding that came through that tech park to our backyard, up our backyard towards our house, circled around our house and went down the street. That is with the whole park being grass, no concrete, no buildings, nothing. All of that water being absorbed, yet still getting all that runoff. We find it very discouraging that the change in plot, if you sell those lots, you can't expand them. There's no going back. We're stuck. Unless you guys have a better idea, we think you should really wait and make sure you have a complete study that saves us all our homes. That's all I have. Thank you.
Barb Heisinger, 1026 Skyline Drive, Fremont. My husband and I don't live in town, but we own a property in the Cambridge Square subdivision. And our house did not experience any flooding as the homeowners did in Central Park. But before moving to Fremont, we lived in Omaha and we did experience flooding. We bought in a subdivision that was built like in the 70s. And it was a newer subdivision at that time. And we were down kind of at the bottom of the hill. And we lived there for several years. One night there was a big storm and our neighbor called us and said, "Did you get water in your basement?" And we said, "Oh no." And then we looked downstairs and our light gray carpet was very, very dark. And we had about an inch or two of water in our basement. Well, we tried to find out what happened because we hadn't had water in our basement before. And they told us because of the surrounding developments, there was more and more subdivisions around our subdivision. The storm sewer, the drainage could not take it anymore. And so subsequently, when there was ever a big storm, we were threatened with having water, and we did have it in our basement several times after that. Eventually, just after we moved, our SID voted to put in a larger storm sewer so that it could take all the water, because we had several houses that were getting flooded down in the bottom. So I see what has happened here is this is going to be developed, and then pretty soon to the north, that property is going to be developed. And then pretty soon to the north of Central Park, that property is going to be developed. And the people that bought first are the ones that are going to be the idiots, because our houses were there first. So I would just ask that drainage study be taken into consideration. Take into consideration the neighboring properties. I know it was just done for the tech park, and that's great. But with all that water draining into the Rawhide and probably that ditch to the north, but mostly into the Rawhide, I just fear what's going to happen with more pressure on that drainage, more pressure on Cambridge Park, and then even down south of 23rd Street. Because when we had that 6 inches of rain a few years ago, that flooded and it came right up Austin Lane. Our daughter had a property there, and those people were in, getting flooded too. So what's going to happen to them all the way down the Rawhide Creek? Thank you.
Take a motion to receive. Councilman Yerger,
Motion to receive the documents.
Councilwoman Ganem,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Linda Hazelbrook. My husband Steve and I live at 925 East 5th in Fremont. You have heard us both speak at 2 previous City Council meetings regarding flooding issues at our duplex and fourplex building at 1711 East Cumming. We, along with Albee Towing and homeowners in that neighborhood, experience flooding that occurs with as little as 1.5 inches of rain that comes too fast. We and our neighbors are living proof of what happens when businesses are allowed to build up their properties with no regard for protecting neighboring properties from simple rainwater runoff. As you can see from our pictures, we have to put up a 100-foot water barrier in front of our fourplex building when the forecast is for 1.5 inches of rain or more, not knowing how fast it will come. You have already seen pictures from the neighbors next to Business Park of past rain events with sandbags around their basement windows to protect their homes and properties. Changes of merely 5 to 7 acres of land in our neighborhood have dramatically impacted us and our neighbors. At least 5 properties, of which 3 have buildings that flood, are now the retention lake for the neighborhood. Now you have in front of you 80 acres that will impact 178 homes and properties of at least 500 citizens of Fremont, not to mention empty lots still left to be built on. We are asking that you approve no further changes or platting of Business Park until a real and complete drainage study is done, a study that will protect the homes that your development now threatens. Thank you.
Take a motion to receive. Councilwoman Ganem,
So moved.
Councilman Sukram,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Mayor and City Council, my name is Steve Hazebrook. My wife Lynn and I live at 925 East Fifth Street, and we own the duplex at 1711 and 13 East Cumming. You just heard from Linda regarding what we have to do at our duplex when the forecast is for 1.5 inches of rain or more. The 100-foot hydro barrier we bought from a company in Florida that specializes in hurricane water damage mitigation and prevention tools. We must do this because Fremont does not look forward and allows these sorts of changes that too often damage the citizens of Fremont. Our 5 neighborhood properties have become the rainwater retention lake for the city. We are not just talking about annoying street flooding. Buildings, grounds, and businesses are taking on water easily, at times 1/2 foot deep. We don't want that for anyone else in Fremont. Our neighborhood problem came about due to changes in a mere 5 to 7 acres of property purchased, improved, and changed in ways similar to what will happen with the business park development changes. Without understanding the rainwater impact from surrounding undeveloped land, and with certain potential for more development of all of this land in the years to come, your citizens are concerned, and rightfully so, given the history of past decisions. In the satellite view in front of you, I have marked and I bring to your attention a few things. Since the 2013 study, there have been several changes to the area that would naturally impact the flow and management of water. I have marked in green the 2 areas of homes owned by the concerned citizens of Central Park and Cambridge Square, the green outline I'm talking about. Approximately 178 homes and about 500 citizens. Marked in yellow is the business park, surrounded in the yellow outline. And in red are the current undeveloped properties that impact unstudied rainwater flow today. If developed down the road, they also turn into more raised impervious land that could bring big trouble without proper planning. This must be understood and managed. The 500 concerned citizens own about 40 acres of residential homes, again outlined in the green areas. The business park area being developed and the areas not studied that potentially could be developed in the future represent almost 300 acres of adjoining land that currently impact their rainwater runoff on their 40 acres of homes. And again, I say, look at the red, look at the yellow, and look at the green. The red being the surrounding area that will impact and does impact their homes, the yellow being the business park, and the green their homes. Any future changes without understanding and planning certainly could dramatically impact and damage their homes. As citizens that have been damaged by only 5 or so acres of changes, we do not see how you can move forward plotting or doing really anything without a new macro drainage study of the area. Please do not allow a problem that could have been prevented from happening with changes to city developed land of 80 acres without understanding, some forward thinking, planning, and decision-making on the 300 acres surrounding these citizens. You've invested millions in this city-funded real estate development project. Take a fraction of that and do the appropriate macro water drainage study to understand and take appropriate action before moving forward for the protection and peace of mind of all potentially impacted. Thank you.
take a motion to receive? Councilman Jensen,
I'll make a motion to receive.
Councilman Yerger,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Paul Von Baron, 2046 East 30th Street, Fremont. I appreciate your listening to us once again, but it is beginning to feel like Groundhog Day, where we seem to revisit the same issues. I'll be brief. We've made the point, we didn't coordinate our testimonies as much as it might seem, but you can tell what's on all of our minds. Again, we don't oppose the business park. We don't oppose the development. But we want to keep coming back to the central point that is driving this. You're dealing with an 8-year-old drainage study. It had a new date and a new engineer stamp put on it in April. But if you'll honestly look at it, other than a couple of verbiage changes, the numbers haven't changed. It is the study that it was originally done. The real problem here, and I made a couple of notes on the front page, when you're dealing with a 100-year event, you're literally dealing with about 14 million gallons of water. That study says that instead of that water running off in 3 hours, it will now accumulate in 2 hours. So by not dealing with a 100-year event, you're ignoring about 5 million gallons of water that's going to come off roughly 30% faster than it has in the past. We understand the argument that, well, let me put it this way. Every time we come back and we ask about the 100-year event, the statement is we're going to build for the 10-year. Well, why are we going to do that? We know we've had 2 of those. Or we're going to build for the 10-year. And I feel like I'm arguing with my parents because it becomes, because I said so. I never did win one of those with my parents, and I haven't been able to win that argument so far. But the reason that the drainage retention pond is considered adequate is it's adequate for a 10-year event. I think Mr. Gillikin in his testimony said, yes, it's adequate, but I think he would also have to say, we are planning for a 10-year. They're down in red, page 32, go back and read it on your own drainage study. Line 93, warning, storage space exceeded by 3.29, not inches, 3.29 feet in a 100-year event. There's a 3-foot overflow to the detention pond that we are insisting is going to be built. I think what boggles our mind more than anything is, as you look at this realistically, it's not a hard thing to solve. There's lots of land. There's no reason to slow up development. That's not an issue. It may take a little bit more land to build an adequate detention pond, but as we played with numbers, you might increase your development cost by 2 to 3% by expanding the size of that detention pond. The lots are being sold for $20,000 a piece. If you had to use 2 of them at that rate, that's not a big investment for the potential return here. Scott has already testified, I think the drainage manual is a great thing. But as Scott has pointed out, in at least 5 different places in the drainage manual you're looking at adopting, you would violate exactly what it says because it specifically says 100-year. We've had 2 of those now. We know what they do. If you want to look at the second page of that handout, you can see our drainage plan. It's rent a pump and pump your water away. The simple fact is right now you have a plan to get the water to the edge of your property. We know the rawhide can't handle it. We all accept that. So the only option to manage this is just to manage the flow off your property. You already know the detention pond won't have it. It will be overrun by your own study. And so simply expanding that at minimal cost just seems a reasonable request for what's at stake and what's been experienced. And that's what we're asking for you to do. We're asking that you not finalize any plot of the park until you truly understand how you can control your water rather than just dumping. So thank you.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. public safety, health, and welfare. That has to be tantamount on every decision that you make. You've listened to 10 speakers, which have spoken volumes. They don't just own one home collectively in the areas that they reside in. We're talking about over 1,000 residential impacts. You voted to table the FAR. You also made the decision to support a new macro flood study. I don't see the request for proposal on any of your documents tonight. Hopefully it will be on the next agenda to do so. And that has to take in consideration not just the tech park land. It has to take in consideration the future development to the north of 32nd Street, because that will be developed now that tech park is filling up. It has to take in consideration the residential development immediately to the west called Fountains Brooks. You've got Brooks Hollow. You've got the impact as it winds down from the Rawhide throughout the city. It doesn't just stop on the west boundaries of our county. It proceeds on into our wonderful city of Fremont and has an impact on Washington Heights, has an impact in the first ward where Councilman Legband lives. It travels on through our community. How much more do you expect one intermittent waterway of the state, the Rawhide Creek, to take on? It has been overused and overburdened with floodwater. It's used as a ditch in which to put your runoff and also to dewater. You have businesses that dewater and send their saturated waters over to the Rawhide continuously when the water tables get high. Where are you going to continue to put that water? This all impacts the Rawhide. This is part of it. You talked about the SES methodology. It does calculate runoff velocity and the quantity, the flow rates. But it has to take more consideration on where that water is going to go. That's part of your responsibility. You have an opportunity to reserve a large detention area on this tech park land until the study gets done, not to hinder development, but to support what's getting developed now and to reserve an area in order to retain water. The Rawhide cannot continue to be overburdened. You listened to Central Park a few years ago. Councilman Legband did. Councilman Coons did. And I did. We know what impact that had on Central Park. That wasn't a 100-year flood. That was just rain runoff. 2016, they flooded a lot of homes down there, brand new homes that literally were just built because they built a pond that was going to hold the water and let it leach out. But what they didn't anticipate was once that fills up, where does the water go? Couldn't make it back to the Rawhide because the whole area was flooded. That was not a 100-year flood. That was storm runoff. So as you're making your decisions, as you're considering a preliminary plan, keep that in the back of your mind. Where's that water going to go? You made the decision to withhold on your FAR. Where is your decision on your request for a proposal on a comprehensive, detailed, start from scratch flood study? I was told it's going to cost a lot of money. Well, you're giving back over $500,000, in fact, $700,000 to the property owners of those that are buying up the land. That could have paid for it. It's not too much to spend when you're looking at the thousands of homes you could potentially save. That adverse impact is your responsibility. Again, it comes down to safety, health, and welfare. The decision falls in your lap ultimately, but it impacts not just one or two of us. It impacts thousands of us, and it impacts hundreds of businesses on what your decisions are tonight. Thank you.
Have a Gene on Zoom.
Okay, it's unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I really hate this because I'm really not prepared, but when I sit here and listen to this meeting after meeting, being involved, any involvement with the city council has been the most tragic thing in my life, because each of you have been elected to represent the people who vote for you. And the people that have come up and what they present to you is so factual. And Mark Legban and Verg Gibson, those are the people in your ward. Do you never care about the people? Everything that I watch that's been going on for 2 years is about growing Fremont, and we want to grow Fremont. I think Fremont would grow better if you would care about the people. And I just have to say, you may not like it, but Mayor Spellerberg, I pray for you every day, because I thought when you were elected, some changes
Point
might
of
take
order.
place. And I want you to know that you are going to be held to a higher standard as mayor of this
Ma'am,
city.
can you state your name and address, please?
Gloria Jean Yerger, 2318 East Fifth. And that is a fact that I really wanted to share with you, Mayor Spellerberg, is that please listen to the people who have elected you and consider them as well as growing the city. Because as a pastor in a church, as the mayor of city, you will be held to a higher standard when you stand before the Lord. That's all I have to say.
Any other comments from the public? Well, now we're at comments from council. Councilman Legman.
Yeah, first, I wish, is Dave still here? I don't know.
He's here.
For one thing, I don't know, I didn't think we could plan for a 100-year flood. Is that true or not true, or is that?
If you go into the manual and understand the manual was designed for the other community, well, all the communities in Nebraska. If you look in the manual and you're in a hilly community, you can probably make a 100-year flood work because you can catch it. Again, you're going to eat up a whole lot of area. I believe other communities don't hold a 100-year flood. They hold a 50-year flood, and they provide a drainage way for that excess water to leave. Now, there was a homeowner up earlier, said there was water around their house from the flood of 2016, meaning the water was higher than the surrounding ground. You could design a pond out there for a 100-year flood or 200-year flood. It won't matter because the creek is going to flood today's condition over that land, over that pond. Now you got a 0-year pond because it's flooded, it's full of water. So the water that's going in there is flowing straight out. The theory of a pond is a pond. You know, you're keeping water in it, but you're also keeping the surrounding water out of it. So if the creek floods over onto that land, doesn't matter, bets are off. It's no longer a 100-year pond. So having said all that, it's very, very, very difficult to get a 100-year pond anywhere in Fremont because we are so flat. Because the water spills out and it runs everywhere.
And I'm just trying to say, the city, I think, is trying. That's what this retention ditch was for, to stop the runoff and help the people over there.
You do as much as you possibly can. Now, not to pick on them, but when Cambridge Square came in, when Central Park came in, had they designed to this manual, we would be having a different conversation tonight because they would be designed to a flood incident, probably not a 100-year flood. The pond that's over in Central Park obviously wasn't designed to a 100-year flood because it flooded. So these are difficult discussions to have because when you look at it, yeah, let's design to a 100-year flood, but how do you do that when it's flooded? If the glass is running over, it's not going to hold any more water.
for 25 years, I've never had water in my basement. I didn't think I ever would with rawhide is in my backyard.
Yes.
16 and 19, I had water in my basement and from the groundwater coming up. And, you know, so those were abnormal years, I would hope. But, you know, that's why I think the city's trying, and it would be nice to have a macro study, but you don't just snap your fingers and have a macro study. It's going to take over $500,000 from what I'm understanding to have a macro study. It'd be, you know, it would entail all of Fremont, and it would be a lot of work, and it would take a lot of time. I'm torn because I'm listening, I'm trying to help, but I just don't know how much we can do to satisfy everything.
It's why I made those statements. And it's also why I said this manual is probably, it's going to be peer reviewed and there are changes going to be made. You have to make recommendations in there that are practical to get to, whether that's 100-year, 50-year, 25-year, whatever we look at and realize is practical, that's what we have to do. Now, and that's why I also stated you can't change what's already there. Like I said, had they been designed to this, but they're making an argument. Everyone's making an argument for why this manual should be passed. What is the final version of that? That's, I guess, where we're going in the coming months.
So if we do make the retention ditch even wider, is that going to help the situation?
Not if it's underwater. If the creek floods out over top the banks, over top of the edge, it's going to fill that pond up in 15 minutes. And then you got no storage.
So I'm just looking, what is the answer? I don't know.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. But there were comments made too, the outdated study, and when you do a drainage study, you look at what possibly could go in there. Now, what could possibly go in there in 2013 is the same thing that could possibly go in there today. So they take that into account. They took it into account that it was going to be a commercial park. So they put certain permeability rates into there. You know, what that means is, you know, how much pavement you got, how much rooftops you got, how much water is going to run off the site, and how fast it's going to come off the site. They looked at all that. I mean, their numbers in 2013 are the same numbers as you would have today. Yeah, they tweaked it some, but none of that really changes. I mean, it could have been done 30 years ago. If they would have used the same parameters, it would still be appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
No.
Just one time.
No.
No rebuttals, yeah. Comments from council. Councilman Yerger.
Well, I want to say, I'm quite moved by what the people had to say tonight, as I was in the previous meetings as well. Certainly, I think the city council and the city generally has a responsibility to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens. You know, I've looked at a lot of things in the UDC relative to, you know, does the city conduct itself like we would require other developers to conduct themselves? We are the developer in this case. And if you look at the site plan requirements for a developer, you know, we're not supposed to do things that we're supposed to do things that would minimize the impacts on the public and the adjacent properties. We're not to materially affect the health, safety through the interpretations of what we do with regards to the UDC. We're supposed to provide for compatibility to surrounding areas. We're supposed to protect against flooding. We're supposed to do all of those kinds of things to make sure that we have done everything possible to mitigate the unfavorable effects of the surrounding property. And these people were here first. And as I listen to some of the suggestions and comments, I am truly enamored with the concept of, you know, the detention area that's being proposed is not large enough in the current plat. Okay, I could probably be persuaded that that's correct. There are 5 lots on the east side of the property. If those 5 lots were stricken from the plat or withheld from sale or used, specified in a revised plat that, you know what, we're going to hold those 5 lots or that entire area for detention area expansion to be evaluated with this new study, to be evaluated with the runoff of the new impervious rooftops and concrete in the tech park as we're building it. If we held those properties out, we probably would have a fair shot at trying to contain the water that the citizens are concerned about in those residential subdivisions, because it would be 3 or 4 times the possibility if we just held those lots aside. And I got to thinking about what's the cost of that. You know, we're selling those lots for $20,000 to $25,000 a piece. So $100,000 to $125,000, we could set that property aside. That's what the city was willing to sell those lots for. Setting aside for protection for the citizenry seems to be fairly cheap. Seems to be fairly cheap in my mind relative to the fact that we also have said, Tech Park, we're going to spend $3 to $5 million, depending on who's reporting you believe, to do infrastructure improvements in the tech park on the taxpayers' dime, largely. But we wouldn't consider potentially putting $100,000 to $125,000 into lot set aside to protect these residents, or even spend another $125,000 or $200,000 on study improvements to make sure that they're safe, even if that amassed to $500,000. It pales on what we're spending on infrastructure for the businesses that want to move in there. And one of our primary duties has to be to protect the residents. I think they made such a compelling argument tonight. I don't know how we or why we should approve this preliminary plat without setting aside those 5 lots for additional tension holding until we can figure out whether or not that land is needed to protect the residents. And the fact that other surrounding areas are going to feed into this problem to the north, that only exaggerates the problem. And just because you're first in shouldn't make you the one that holds the bag. And the residents have said so. I am really moved by that. I have worked with Steve and Linda Hasselbrook in my ward. They've been being flooded. We can't get that resolved. And it was because we didn't do our due diligence up front. We have an opportunity to do due diligence here with regards to this plat tonight. And not approving this plat as it's currently before us, I think is the way to go. Modifying the plat to at least remove those 5 lots from consideration from sale and leaving them open for detention consideration is, I think, from my perspective, a good compromise that gives the citizens some potential relief. And it doesn't really cost us as a city much at this juncture, because if we don't need those in the end, we can always sell them. But if we do need them and they've been built on, it's too late. So I think now is when we have to do the due diligence. We shouldn't approve the plat that's before us tonight. And we should require those lots to be removed and set aside.
All I'll say in regards to this is, you know, I've kind of walked through this from the start. And, you know, the city first had a meeting with the constituents, brought them into the city hall, put everything out on the table from day one, and has walked through this process with your concerns, getting to the FAR where it was not approved by this body to increase it. Considering the park is 34% impervious surface when it was 60. I mean, the businesses in this area are already sacrificing that. So it's, you know, there is a give and take, and I completely understand where you're coming from in regards to the drainage. We've also heard from Olson, who did the drainage study on this. They've updated it. We had him speak. We've heard from Dave tonight. The city we are doing everything we can to help the situation. It's probably never going to be enough in the fact that Fremont and way we're sitting it's just we're flat. It's just as Councilman Legman stated, he lives right along Rawhide Creek and flooded twice too. That was a lot of Fremont during that time. So the fact that we don't care as a city, I think, considering all the process that has taken place throughout this whole, 4 months that we've been doing this, I don't think it's fair to the city. Saying that, I don't think it's unreasonable request, until we get a macro study. The city should not stop its development in the tech park. But we already have, we're selling lots. Lots have been closed on. So this is going to develop, and constituents tonight have said we're not against the development. We're not against it. So, I'm not against the fact of approving the plat without those 5 lots until a macro study is done. We haven't sold those lots, have we yet?
I was going to bring 2 applications next meeting. We have 2 people interested in 2 of those 5. 2 local businesses.
Considering the back and forth, considering we can develop everything west of there, get a macro study done. It's going to take a year. It's going to cost a lot of money. It's got to be budgeted. This isn't something that happens tomorrow. Once we get that in, we can open those and they evaluate, and it shows to our engineer Olson and in totality that we can sell these. I'm for compromises too. And I don't see that being unreasonable.
Hey, Dave, what's the height of the rawhide? What's the height of those 5 lots? Do you know how much water in the rawhide it takes before that whole area is flooded? Do you remember when you guys shot that area out there, what the elevations were?
I'm not sure what your question is.
The elevations, the flood stage of the rawhide.
The 100-year flood elevation is higher than the existing ground out there.
1180.
Yeah.
So
the
at flood stage, that whole
floodplain
property is flooded
designation
anyway.
out there is only down the center of the ditch. The elevation of the ground in the field is lower than the floodplain elevation. That goes to my argument about placing ponds out there.
It doesn't matter how big a
Doesn't
pond you
matter.
make.
It's flooding.
Yeah, because when rawhide reaches flood stage, that whole area is
Yeah.
flooded. Our pond's full of water, can't protect anything.
Yes, yes.
Councilman Lakeman's up.
Mark, you're on.
Councilman Gibson.
From what I'm hearing, I think it would be, and I don't know, I'll make the motion if I can. I'd approve the plating without the 5, without plating the 5 on the east side, if we could do that. And see what happens and have this study. I think it'd be a great compromise. Hopefully that is what you're looking for, because we are listening. We want to hear this. We want to help. So I would be all for platting this, except for the 5 on the east side. And see, and have the study done and see where we go from there.
If that's a motion, I would ask that you have those 5 lots put into an outlot. They would still be in the plat, but as an outlot, they couldn't be developed
Okay.
until they were brought back. for
Okay, then I
future
would make
development.
lot 14, 13, 12, 11, and 10 an outlot on my motion.
Can I bring some up?
Sure.
Go ahead, Councilman Gibson. Go ahead.
No.
There you
How
are.
about now? Okay. I'm big on this those 5 lots. Dave, how big of a retention pond can we make? Now I realize this is a very,
Make it
very,
all 80 acres.
how big?
You could,
Those 5 lots, how many acres in each lot?
oh gosh, I don't know
They're
how many.
1.5
1.5, so
All
we're
of them
talking
are-
about
each lot.
So 5
Maybe
is 6, 7
10,
and a half lot,
8.
7.5 acres.
7.5 acres.
Yeah.
okay. If we make a retention pond on those 5 lots,
Yes.
I-
But
would it help?
No. No.
I would say if it's an outlot, we do the macro study. The macro
Yeah.
study shows exactly what needs to be done, then we proceed.
I think he's
That's
just
what you're
asking
saying.
though, what if we did make it?
Yeah, what if we did make it?
What if we
Yeah.
did make a detention cell?
Would that, I mean,
Well, unless you put a levee around it, the 100-year storm is going to flood into it.
we could put a levee around it, couldn't we?
Well, then you're pushing the water, now you're pushing water onto the neighbors because the water can't flow.
One
over
thing I
there.
noticed on the rawhide, and we found out that we don't own the rawhide, and all these neighbors over there, those pictures that we've shown, I can't remember whether it's Paul or whoever brought those pictures in of all those branches and trees that are in the rawhide, there's no way that rawhide can flow naturally. You can go out there right now.
Oh, it's full.
It doesn't
it's chock
hardly
full of
move at
trees.
all.
It's choked full of trees.
And I was thinking of getting the Boy Scouts or somebody to go out there and
Well,
get some people to get all that stuff out of there. That would help part of that, along with going with the
But then you
5
need a-
lots and put a retention.
but then
pond.
you need a Corps of Engineers permit.
You gotta get Corps of
I'm the,
Engineers.
I'm the guy that's here to
And you
tell
gotta
you
get an easement, 'cause
no
they don't have
all
an
the
easement.
time.
But we can do that. I mean, it's all about the money, I'm sure. But
Well,
the
you
Corps of
gotta-
Engineers work for us, the taxpayers.
You know, they don't think so.
Well, they're a government entity. By
Well,
golly,
what-
they should.
It's going to take a year to get a permit at least, just to trim those trees out of there. It's
Well,
called
at
a
least we're
4.
progressing.
It's called a 404 permit.
How do the folks feel about, I mean, we're gonna help, we're gonna try. I mean, we're trying to do our best.
Well, let's.
Okay, go ahead,
let's,
Mark.
um,
Make that motion.
You had a motion, Councilman? Okay, Councilman Legban.
Mayor,
Yes.
I think amending the plat would have to be approved by the planning commission.
Okay.
So if this isn't the plat that we want, I think, Jennifer, I think you can confirm, we just simply vote no and bring a new one to the planning commission.
Do you make a motion to refer it to the planning commission? Motion to refer?
That could work, yeah. So it'd be the same time.
So we could make a motion to refer the plat to the planning commission conditional on, or with an outlot on the 5 lots. We can't approve the plat tonight.
The planning commission has to approve the plat before the council can. So if the council doesn't want this plat, I just recommend voting no on it and trying over again.
That's several months to get through the planning commission. Why don't you approve it? Just not allow the city to sell those 5 lots, and then we'll go back and amend the plat and bring it back again. That way you're not stopping the other lot sales. Otherwise, you've stopped all lot sales. We can't sell lots. The ones on the agenda tonight, you can't sell. So apparently nobody trusts us, I guess.
Can I make a suggestion? Just a suggestion. We're going all over the place here. So number one, what was the water condition before any of this land was developed? There were still people downstream before houses were built there. I guess my suggestion would be, before we start looking at, well, let's do this, let's do that, let's do this, and not really solve the problem. The water that's being generated off of this lot is not really necessarily off of the city land, is not affected by upstream. None of the upstream water is flowing into this land proper. It flows down the ditch, but it doesn't necessarily flow over it other than in the low-lying areas. Perhaps you should consider things like what would be in the drainage manual, requiring individual lots to put in storm sewer detention cells, thereby reducing the water that runs off of their lots, plus the detention cell, the major detention cell for the areas that aren't controlled by that, versus just using 5 lots to just build this huge lake out there. I mean, because you can make an 80-acre lake if you wanted, but it's not feasible. I mean, that's why I said the manual has to look at every site as we go. It's not a Bible. It's not written in stone. You got to look at every single one. That's why we have civil engineers. That's why we have hydraulic engineers. I don't design bridges. I don't design interstate highways. I do this kind of stuff. So that's my expertise. I don't claim anything else. Actually, I could lose my license for claiming anything else. I don't design mechanical systems. I do this. So that's the best advice I can give you. If you want to do a macro study, fine, we need to do one. It's not really going to affect this particular lot. You should say no to every building that comes in, if that's the case. Every rooftop, every construction project, every slab of concrete that comes in should be a moratorium until you do this study, if that's the philosophy. I'm sorry, I get a little passionate about this.
Councilman Yerger.
So as I understood, Councilman Legband's motion was basically eliminated because this has to go back to Planning Commission with a directive. It has to, whatever we change has to go through Planning Commission. That's what you said. So I'm going to make a motion to continue the preliminary plat approval in order to send it back. I don't know what the time frame is for the Planning to Commission to take up our request to modify the plat for Outlot A and include a recommendation, as Mayor Spellerberg has indicated, to do the requisite study associated therewith. That would be the instruction to Planning Commission. They probably can't bring it back at our next meeting. I don't know what their schedule is.
No, it's too late to get on this month's agenda. It's next
Okay,
week.
so
That's why I say
so
it's
we
months.
wouldn't be able to bring it back until after the Planning Commission meets and takes up the directive to redefine the plat with an Outlot A. And that's my motion to continue.
With that motion, can we have the Planning Commission have a special meeting?
What's the notice requirements, Jennifer? Try to get a quorum. Have to have the Olson's redraw it. There's weeks right there.
Yeah, we have to get it redrawn by Olson Associates and then review it. And are we looking at just Outlot A, or are we looking at, as Dave just recommended, detention on each individual lot? I was a little.
Outlet A is what it is right now.
Just Outlot A, okay. Well, if it's just redrawn and that's put into an outlot and we're not doing any changes to the grading, I mean, are we looking at changing the grading, or is that something to look at in the future? We'd have to get the documentation back from Olson Associates. We have to send out notification letters, post the property, and notice in the newspaper 10 days ahead of time
To just redraw the plat.
before it can go to the Planning Commission. Those are the notice requirements for Planning Commission. Then, well, on a plat, we don't have the same notice
Okay.
requirements for council, but
So they can't do a special meeting, essentially. I mean, in regards to making this quicker.
I don't know that it would be any quicker.
Okay. Councilman Legman.
Yeah, that's all I want. And just the rest of it, I think's okay. But I'd like to keep lot 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 open. So that no one can buy, at least for now. And see what happens and see if we need to make the retention pond bigger or whatever, but we are listening. We want to help. And I think that's the best compromise, that from what I'm hearing, it's the best compromise, keep those 5 lots.
Travis, could they amend the resolution to state that those lots couldn't be sold and leave them as lots? We've got the final plat still on the agenda after this. They could amend that resolution stating that those lots couldn't be sold. And then we could go back and create an administrative plat that put those into an outlot.
Yeah, that'd be a different motion. That could be an idea, but the motion, the council decides whether those lots get sold or not. So whether it's replatted into an outlot or whether it's kept the same way, the council would have the ability to prevent those lots from being purchased.
So it wouldn't necessarily then have to go back to the Planning Commission. They could
Approve the
include
plat
that.
as is, and then disprove
with-
any future development on those lots.
Right, or disprove it or include that clause in the resolution.
So I'd make an amendment.
Well,
Councilman.
it was a
Yerger
motion to
Okay, sorry.
continue. It was a privileged motion to continue with
Are you
directions.
keeping your motion with? Okay, is there a second? Okay. Is there a second? Councilman Gibson. Cast your votes.
I'm a little confused on this. If we vote no,
Why don't you explain what the motion
so if we
is?
vote continue, then we can't even go
Right.
on to that.
That's exactly right. Mayor, you want to explain that the motion is continue
So
the item?
all we want to do is make an amendment.
The vote is to continue this item. That's it, right? Because then planning commission will just take it up when they meet.
Right, so
And then it'll
voting-
come back to us with the new outlot plat that we'll approve at whatever that meeting is, correct?
If that's what they want, or
Or we can do an amendment.
Or we
and
can
move forward.
do an amendment.
Okay.
But
not
there's-
now you can, but if.
Okay.
You gotta vote on the continuance first.
Can I clarify my motion to continue? Because it specifically was to send this back to the planning commission to have them rectify the plat for outlot A, the 5 lots that Councilman Jensen named off, those 5 lots on the east, to put those into an outlot A and send the final plat back to us. Now, if they can't have a special meeting and get that done, and the engineer can't redraft that in the next couple of weeks, it seems odd, but that's the motion. It's not just to continue, it's to continue until the planning commission handles the amendment of the plat to reflect an outlot A.
Could I interject one moment? We have like half of the council members have voted and half if not. I am going to reset the voting machine so that
Yes.
after having this discussion, you can take those comments into consideration. So okay, you want me to start the vote?
Is everybody clear on Councilman Yeager's motion? Is that a privileged motion? Okay. Okay. All right. Is there a second?
Where to go?
There's a motion.
Oh, there's a motion and a second. Okay, so we're ready to vote.
Yep.
If everyone's clear, cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1.
All right, time is now 10:06. We'll take a 10-minute break.
Mayor.
I can show you. Well, that's true. We've got some. Well, and if you're talking to the county, if you're talking to the county, emergency management, no, we can't get free money. Well, yeah, of course, they say, well, we can't get existing. It goes around. But
Well, it's a big, the damage has been.
Yes.
So.
I know you're six.
No, that's done now.
Well, it does. His job is to play it also.
What do we do with the items that are on?
Thanks, Mike.
Because we could just make a motion. Just continue them. Okay, which items are they? 26. 26. Oh, I did. That's what I said. Circle final class. Okay. Three.
So we'll probably be done. The next meeting that we'll have. Because they'll approve the class. We want to make sure that they approve it with the max.
Okay.
We got to keep on. Sounds like they're on board right now.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay, well, I think it's about time to go to bed.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Thank you, guys. This is why now they fall from the top row.
Here you go. Here's some Kleenexes, Mark.
Thank you, guys.
Can we wait adjourn? Oh.
What's that? We did. Yeah. Yeah. All right, when Mark gets back, we'll get going. All right, we'll keep things moving here. Item 26 was contingent on 25. So this is resolution 2021-065 approving Fremont Technology Park replat 3 final plat. Need a motion to table this. Councilman Gibson,
I would make that motion.
Councilman Yerger. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Item 27, resolution 2021-067 approving cash reserve policy. This time we'll have staff report. Jody.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. This is Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. You have before you tonight consideration of the cash reserve policy that we talked about at the last city council meeting. It lays out the reasons for the establishing that policy in the staff report. Both our rating agencies and our auditors are really want to see this kind of policy implemented. And for the most part, what you're seeing here is what our practice has been. We're just really now just codifying it so we have that reserve policy that we can share as we're going to the different agencies. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Jody? Councilman Jensen.
Jody, does this policy, it doesn't put any, I don't want to put it, would the city have any problem with conforming to this cash reserve policy, I guess is what I'm asking.
We certainly wouldn't expect to have any issues with that. You know, we've been a little bit, we have not put ourselves too much into a corner in terms of being too stringent with our maximum amounts and whatnot. Or excuse me, with our minimum amounts, so that we'd have trouble meeting those already. I mean, we're already far in excess of those minimum amounts that we have listed there. I believe the audit report had us at 45% for that minimum unassigned general fund balance of 25%. We're at about 45% right now.
Councilman Yerger.
So Mark raised a good question, so I just want to be clear myself. So these are reserve minimum guidance, et cetera. It doesn't get to any containment on the maximum amount or the levels of reserve that we would otherwise accumulate in the city. It only helps you maintain the minimums. That's what this policy is all about. Is that right?
Right, because that's basically what readers of the financial statements want to know and what the rating agencies want to know when we're selling our bonds. Does the city maintain reserves enough that if the wheels fell off tomorrow and they had to close business, would we still be getting our interest payments and eventually get the bonds repaid? That's what they're looking for, is the minimum amount.
Thank you. I thought that's what you were inferring as well. And that's the way I understood it from the last meeting. But I remembered at the last meeting, we did have some discussion about, we have a considerable amount of reserves in some area, but these are not any kind of cap in that regard, only to keep us on the, make sure we have the minimum. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, any comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilwoman Ganem.
I move we approve resolution 2021-067, approving the cash reserve policy.
Councilman Ligman. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Item 28 is ordinance 5572, approving sale of Tech Park property to Boulevard Boys Properties LLC to build a new building for their business. This was based contingent on platting, so we just need a motion to table this.
And the applicants are all online, so I guess if you wanted to hear from the applicants.
Yeah, if the applicants, you've waited, go ahead if you're on, if you want to talk about your business and your interest in the tech park. There's a Stephanie Clausen.
Good evening. Stephanie Clausen, 713 Boulevard Street, Fremont. I'm here on behalf of Boulevard Boys Properties. Tyler and Mark Clausen regret they were unable to be here this evening, but we would like to discuss the proposed purchase of 2 lots at Tech Park. These 2 lots would hold the businesses of TCF Tile and Stone, TNT Electric, and Boulevard Boys Properties main offices. TCF Tile and Stone was originally opened in 1976 by Rhodes and Susan Clausen. Mark took over the business, family business, in 2011 after his father passed away. Since taking over the business, we've grown, adding 5 full-time employees, including himself. Purchased additional vehicles, equipment, and moved from its original location to allow growth for another business. Current location is of TCF is adjacent to TNT Electric. The current location, minimal parking spaces for employee and company vehicles. We would like to grow our showroom for TCF Tile and Stone to serve the Fremont and surrounding communities. TNT Electric was started in 2004 by Tyler Thomas. He employs 4 full-time employees, including himself, and serves on the Fremont Fire Department. Together, they formed Boulevard Boys Properties in 2008, currently own 20 residential and commercial properties in Fremont, also including 2 brand new properties. 2 sets of townhomes on right off of 30th Street and Cedar, it'd be Cedar and Howard Street. So we do also have interest that way. With the properties comes building materials, construction equipment, etc. This now has to be stored at several locations. So basically, they're wanting to continue their growth by adding more employees, as well as future expansions for TCF Tile and Stone, TNT Electric, and Boulevard Boys. They are committed to Fremont and have been for over a decade. And the possibility of growth and future expansion only happens if allowed to purchase these lots at an affordable price. It will allow for additional employees to be hired, purchase new vehicles for those employees, inside storage, among several other benefits. So basically, just want to thank you for showing your support for our business as we've continued to show our support for the city of Fremont. We look forward to being able to grow our business in Fremont as we have proven to do in the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for that and for your patience as we work through the plating here. Congrats on your expansion and appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Fact is, we can't continue, we can't move forward on these because we have no plow.
Right. So I just need a motion to table. Councilman Jensen.
I will make the motion to table.
Councilman Legban.
I'll second it.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 29, ordinance 5573, approving sale of Tech Park property to Cleary Landscaping to build a new building for their business. Again, same issue as the prior item. Is Cleary Landscaping representatives on Zoom?
Steven's on Zoom.
Hello, I'm Stephen Clary here on behalf of Clary Shamrock.
Yeah, he's there. Steven, you want?
Yep, I'm here. Yep.
There you go.
My name's Stephen Clary, and I'm here on behalf of Clary Shamrock Full Property Services. We are a company out of Scribner, Nebraska, and we're looking to move our company here to Fremont with 80% of my business being in this area in Fremont. And seeing Fremont grow, we'd like to have our company down here. Once again, we're a construction and lawn care company. So we started 5 years ago with our company.
I think we lost you there, Stephen.
Hello.
You're back.
Once again, we're a company out of Scribner wanting to move to Fremont with 80% of our business being in Fremont, wanting to grow, being here, seeing Fremont grow as a community. We would like to develop everything down here by building a new building.
Thanks, Stephen. Thank you for your interest in Fremont and for congrats on the growth of your business. Appreciate your patience here as we work out the plating for the tech park. Again, thank you for considering moving to Fremont. Need a motion to table this item. Councilman Legban.
Yeah, make a motion to table ordinance 5573.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 30, motion to authorize the mayor to sign the operations and maintenance agreement and permanent easement for the Rod and Gun Club levy. At this time, we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brad Newton, City Administrator. This is an item we brought for before you several months ago. At that time, we were talking about Rod and Gun Club possibly turning into a 501c3. They chose not to do that. They're not interested in doing that. Instead, they granted us a full easement, a drainage easement or flood control easement of the entire levee. So what you will see in there is two documents. One is an O&M agreement that you saw before. It's been modified slightly because after we didn't pass it, I think the NRD did, the county did. They have to go back now because we had to make some changes in it to reflect the easement language. So that's one agreement on the O&M agreement. And also you'll see the easement, flood control easement that's been granted by Rod and Gun Club, that's been signed by their board, grants us full rights of the entire levee. So I'll take any questions.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Jensen?
Yes, I guess I'm asking is there any good reason why they didn't go forward with the 501(c) or whatever it was, why they changed the way they were? I mean, it's, it cost them a lot of money.
You'll have to ask them.
Councilman Yerger?
Well, I had the same question because my understanding of why we were and why they were thinking of that was because they would be able to go after their own flood recovery funds, et cetera, as a 501c. And by not doing that, puts the onus on the rest of us because the city, the county, NRD are going to be the recipients of all of this. They're a very small player in the protection. And yet we, as those three agencies, are giving them the benefit as a private entity for the protection of levee, because they're not going to go get the funds that we would otherwise have to go seek ourselves. Not saying that we can't get funding, right? I mean, we can still get flood relief funding ourselves, et
We
cetera.
have already, that's how it got fixed.
And so that's how that works, but they're not a heavy player in all of this, but they are a recipient benefit of all the work that the three players that are carrying the heavy load are doing. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Well, do they get any benefit from the fact that we maintain the levee then that they're granting us the easement for?
Some, but I don't think they really care. I think it's beneficial more for the city of Fremont for protection, flood protection, than it is protect the Rod and Gun Club.
Oh, interesting. They don't see any benefit. We are in the position though, even though they're.
I think in prior discussion, I think it was you that said, hey, we're putting this money in there. Let's make sure we do whatever we can. So the next time we can go get the funds to fix it. And that's what we're doing.
I don't have any concerns with regards to the fact that the citizens of Fremont expect this council to help protect them from flooding. That's got to be a primary concern for all of us, including the county and the NRD. So I don't have any issues in that regard at all. We voted on making some of those things so that we could prevent flooding, and I'm on board with all of that. I'm just curious, as was Councilman Jensen, as to why they didn't want to take an avenue that would have given them the opportunity to provide more funding to do the same, which would mean that we would have had less of a load and they would have had more responsibility. They wouldn't have paid, but they'd have been seeking funding of their own in those circumstances. And they're going to put the ball back in our court to do that. Have the others, the county and the NRD, then they have not yet given approval on all these revisions, or they have?
No, they wait for us because it seems like every time we have them do it ahead of time, we always make a change.
So we're going to be first this time. Do we have any additional safeguards or anything as a result of this that are coming out of what we're doing here as far as the citizens are concerned? We'll be responsible for the levy.
We will,
and so we'll take our own proactive action. That's the safeguard that we have, is that we're responsible.
City controls the easement. If it gets damaged, we fix it. We apply for funds. It's ours. Essentially, it's ours.
And am I correct? They're doing some of the maintenance out there rather than us.
They will do some of the maintenance.
But we'll still monitor to make sure the trees aren't growing in there and roots and all that kind of stuff. They may maintain, but we're going to deal with the specificity that needs to be done to maintain the levee in good form. Thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. in June prior year, it was already approved that there would be a 4-to-1 more or less match if and when this grant came through. And we were assured it was likely we would get a grant. And this was the agreement. Part of what is interesting to note in here is not that they'll be doing the ongoing maintenance, but when you dig a little deeper and you go into the actual permanent flood control easement agreement, we're going to construct the levee, and with the funding and with the support, fortunately, of the Lower Platte NRD and the county. But what's interesting is we're not going to be allowed to take any of the gravel or limestone that's exclusively reserved to the grantor. And it doesn't say unless to use in the repair of the breach. We should be able to attain the raw materials from there if needed to reduce some of those costs. If nothing else, some of the sand base, or if there's gravel there, that would support the base to build and widen this levee. So that's paragraph number 4. And in paragraph number 7, it says that the grantee shall restore to the satisfaction of the grantor any damage occurring to the grantor's roads or other real or personal property, or to growing grass, trees, shrubbery, which are not planned for removal as part of the levee construction. In order to get equipment in and to construct that levee, you may have to remove some of that, and those grasses will be damaged. So at what cost is that? That's not necessarily included in the $485,000 grant, but we're going to be liable for that, and we're willing to go on that limb for a permanent flood easement. And then on paragraph number 9, all refuse from cutting, trimming, and removal shall be removed from the land by the grantee, which is the city of Fremont. We will have to bring our trucks, our manpower, and do the removal and also the cutting. The grantee shall have the right to control the weeds and brush and trees along and adjacent to and over the levee during and after the construction, for the purposes of survey, inspection, and removal, alteration, relocation, or reconstruction, so long as it does not damage and is similar in appearance to the surrounding landscape. What are the odds? We're going to build a mound, a clay base, well-built mound that's going to be a certified levee to protect the city of Fremont and the Rod and Gun Club, who will benefit immediately, but also the city of Fremont will benefit. But I'm not sure that we should be held liable to make sure that we're not going to alter their landscape. They're going to lose grasses, they're going to lose trees. It's what happens when a levee gets built. And there's going to be a toe from the base of the levee out in either direction that has to be maintained free of tree and brushes. This is not going to be similar to their landscape prior to this levee and the construction work being done. So you've got some gray areas in your verbiage here in your contract. And the issues I have are in 7, 9, and 10 of the permanent easement itself. And also in number 3, because we should be able to attain those materials on site if they're there, and we shouldn't be charged for them. We are doing them a huge solid, and yes, we will have control of that levee. It will be ours essentially. We'll apply for future grants, but these are not cheap to build, and they're not perfect. If you get a boil on one and it sucks through any floodwaters onto the other side, we're going to be in a worse world of hurt. We have to build it properly. We have to build it right. But should it become damaged, and it may, there could be a weak point, and we have to rebuild or reconstruct. We need to know that we can get the same materials and not be liable because we harm the grasses, the trees, and the shrubs, or we somehow alter the appearance as it now stands, because that's what this contract reads.
Any other comments from the public? Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
I'm actually kind of intrigued by some of the remarks that were just made and wonder with regards to the negotiation of these terms, the players that were involved. I don't know, since the others haven't opined on these agreements yet as to whether or not they were comfortable with this language. How were these negotiations and the terms actually arrived at? And I guess I'm asking legal counsel with regards to some of the items that were just covered. Does that raise pause for you with regards to our protection of the citizens of Fremont, with regards to our obligations as a part of those that are taking on the responsibility to maintain the levee?
So this specific permanent easement has been negotiated over the course of the last month and a half to 2 months. And a lot of those terms, 3, 7, and 9, the repairing the damage that you cause when you go in to do construction, the repairing of any damage that you cause when you're constructing something in general. To be honest, I haven't seen a permanent easement without that language in there. I had a hard time in good faith asking for those not to be in there. And I can guarantee that if we said those should be taken out, that they wouldn't agree to grant a permanent easement. But I can tell you this, it wasn't just glossed over with the city bending over to every request. There was a lot of hard work put into this, to put this together. And it's very fair, and the city's well protected, and it's good to go, and it's been signed by the gun club. So.
Was there any specific discussion on their part with regards to why, since they're not contributing large dollar amounts to the benefits they get from the cities and the counties and the NRD's maintenance of the levee that protects them as well as our city? Was there any discussion with them in this paragraph 3 that says you can't use any of our gravel or limestone to do any initial repairs, especially in an emergency? We're not allowed to do anything, even by
So we
even
should
by
mine
agreement?
under our own levy and take the gravel out? What are we gonna fill it with?
There was no discussion of
It's
core
absurd.
construction of the levee.
So, well, I guess what I don't understand, and maybe you do better, do they have gravel and limestone on the property that they would be holding back
It's
from
not that
our
property.
immediate?
It's under the levy. It's only the easement under the levy. That's it. You don't have no right to any gravel anywhere else under the levy. That's all you have an easement for. You certainly can't mine under your own levy.
No, and they're not going to be willing to contribute any of the.
That's not what this agreement's for. This is an easement.
Tell me again what the respective partnership is here. It's the Rod and Gun Club is a partner here, but a minimal partner compared to the 3 majors. Could you give me the percentages again?
It's like a third, and they threw in 5,000 because they had thrown in 10 or 15,000 earlier than that. So I think they're in
they're
like
not
for
a
20,000.
designated percentage player as to
They're not.
you do 10% and the rest of us are doing 35
No.
or anything like that.
Councilman Legban. Brad, you're on.
Sorry. I trust legal. I trust our staff. I'm sure they did their due diligence. I'm sure they worked hard at this. It's something that Fremont needed to stop the flooding. And if there's no one else that wants to talk, I make a motion to approve the authorization of the mayor to sign the operations and maintenance agreement and permanent easement for the Rod and Gun Club.
Councilwoman Ganem. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 31, an ordinance 5574 approving sale of Tech Park property to Valley View LLC to build a new building for their business. And this is in regards to the same situations as 28 and 29. Is the applicant on Zoom?
I don't think so. This is Kelby Herman. He's building for Allo, so I don't think. he's
Okay.
in.
I would, if not, I would take a motion to table this. Councilman Gibson,
So I make that motion to table.
Councilman Jensen,
I will second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
I would take a motion to adjourn. Councilman Gibson,
I'll make that motion.
Councilman Sukram.
Okay.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We are adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone.